Good morning.
If Mr Carter could resume his evidence. I have no further questions for Mr Carter in chief, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Mr Carter, you agree that you're still on your former oath or affirmation?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr Searle. I'm sorry, yes.
I think I was going to go first.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Mr Carter, I was going to ask you some questions about your logbook, which I believe will be in volume 7. I'm not sure if there's tabs. It's volume, yes, please, volume 7. It should be page 4010.
4010.
At the back of your third statement.
Might be volume 12, Your Honour.
Volume 12. Tab 91.
And tab 88.
And tab 88. How big's the difference?
And they commence at page 3842.
Thank you.
So page 3842.
Is the first page.
Which page are we referring to?
Page
I may
38.
have a different page number. So I was going to the log for the 14th of December 2019. I have page 4010, but I understand that might be different.
There'll be a sheet number potentially in the top right-hand corner.
GRV.0193.0017.
Oh, I think my friend's referring to the transcribed.
Oh, sorry, the
It's not that.
transcribed.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Behind your third statement.
And that's behind, I think, the third statement, isn't it?
Approximately 1740 in time.
Yes, I was after your transcribed log,
Okay.
just because that's an easier one to work on.
We'll just find out where that is in the brief. So we're all on the same.
Volume 13.
13.
Volume.
13, tab 91.
Thank you. Volume 13. Tab 39, was it?
91.
91.
Thank you so much.
You now have the transcribed of your logbook. It should page 4010.
Correct. Got it.
And you see in terms of your log for the 14th of December, the first entry is at 9:44.
Correct.
And there's no reference in your log to the briefing. That's correct.
That's correct.
Why didn't you record in the log that the briefing had occurred and what time that occurred?
Because this log commenced at 9:44 from the establishment of the divisional command at the corner of Bellsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road. The record of the briefing is probably in another logbook. It's a standard briefing undertaken in the standard way.
And your evidence yesterday was the test burn started at 9:48. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And that was consistent with what you had in your statement. How long did the test burn take?
Stretching memory, but I would anticipate that we would normally let a test burn go for 5 to 10 minutes to understand the fire behaviour and let the original or the initial ignition to settle down and see what the fire behaviour is once that initial ignition has finished. But it was very clear that the fire behaviour was going to be what it was, so we didn't need to observe it for any longer than 5 or 10 minutes, in my view.
And you then had to get instructions and discuss that test burn, is that correct?
Yes, so you seek permission on the basis of that test burn from the incident controller.
And did that involve a phone call to the incident controller?
That was a phone call to the incident controller, yes.
So, and you see then in your logbook, you actually have at 9:51 started burn.
Correct?
So the entry at 9:51, is that starting the test burn or starting the actual back burn?
I will be honest with you, I don't recall. there is, we're talking minutes in the context of the day here. And at this particular time, the comms van operators would have still been getting into the swing and the rhythm of recording information. So it's quite possible that the times are not exact. These are the times that they log the information. It's not necessarily the times at which something has occurred.
But it would be unlikely for them to log it as starting before it's actually occurred.
Correct.
So would that actually place the test burn earlier than 9:48?
Potentially, yes.
And if we then go down to the entry at 11:09, so over the page. And so this is a communication from the air attack. So this is from Mr. Bamfy, that's correct?
Correct.
And it's recorded as get troops going up Mount Nelson Road, get more depth, exclamation mark. When wind changes later, could. And then it appears to continue on the next line. Bell zone of road, depth could come up gully later. Do you recall hearing that over the radio from Mr. Bamfy?
I don't recall that specific radio call, but it's consistent with the development of the day as we outlined in my testimony yesterday.
And this was Mr. Bamfy expressing concern, to your understanding, that the Bells Line of Road sector had gotten ahead of the Mount Wilson Road sector?
No, I read that as a piece of intelligence from the aircraft. I don't read concern into that. To me, it's a piece of intelligence that's given to the divisional commander to allow sound decision making.
Did you actually hear the radio call yourself?
I don't recall.
Are you aware that in her statement, Beth Rains does recall the radio call from Chris Bamfy? Are you aware of that?
Well, in my logbook, it says that the October sector leader heard the message. Yep.
Now, if we see the entry at 11:09, it's got get more depth, exclamation mark. Now, you can look through if you want, but this is the only entry in your entire log which has an exclamation mark.
Okay.
What was the significance that this was given more emphasis than any other entry in the pages of your logbook?
To be honest with you, I don't understand why the scribe has put an exclamation mark there. Scribes do all sorts of interesting things in logbooks. To me, a logbook is a representation and an acknowledgement of conversations and radio messages that occurred at that particular point in time. And we were aware that we needed Mount Wilson Road sector to speed up by 11 o'clock. We were on top of that particular issue. To me, it reads as part of the normal development of the day, as outlined in my statement.
You understood there was a need for the logbook to be as accurate as possible?
Yes, there is, yes.
And this was actually expressing concern about the rate at which Mount Wilson Road and Bellside of Road would be burning, isn't it?
I don't see concern in the message. As I said, I see this as a piece of intelligence that is passed on to allow resource allocation and operational action. It was part of the conversation at the time that both Craig Burley and myself were having, and we were aware that Chris was passing on those sort of messages. I don't recall this one specifically, but we were aware that Craig had mentioned this as an observation, and we were taking action to address it. If
you don't actually recall the message from Mr. Bamfy, and you don't know why there was actually an exclamation mark, how can you now say this was not an expression of concern by Mr. Bamfy?
As I said to you, I said from my reading of the log, I don't see concern in that message. I just see intelligence being passed on.
So this is, with hindsight, looking at the log as opposed to your actual state of mind on the day. Is that your evidence?
Sorry, I'm not clear on the question.
So I appreciate you're now looking at the log and saying what you think it might say. On the actual day, you didn't hear the message from Mr. Banfi?
I can't say whether I did or I don't recall.
And did you have any consciousness at the time that the scribes were writing down the message with the emphasis they have?
I did not oversee the emphasis and the punctuation of the scribes as they were writing the messages. Their role is to record what they hear, and from time to time I would make sure that something had been recorded. But no, I did not observe the punctuation of the scribes.
And at 11:35, we see that the Dalpura sector was then to be slowed down, to bring
Correct.
in line with the October sector. And then 11:39, we see there's progress up Mount Wilson Good. And from the air attack from Ms. Rampy, there's also a reference to spotting. And you
Correct.
see, this is the first time in the log that there's a reference to spotting. There's no reference to that in any of your statements. Are you able to recall now what that spotting was a reference to?
Look, again, 3 years down the track, I don't recall every individual radio message, but it's no surprise to me, and it's very consistent with the fire behaviour and the weather at the time, that short-range spotting would be experienced on a burn of this nature. So at that particular point in time, unless the message was clearly we're getting spotting up to 100 metres or 200 metres, that would be of concern, but I don't recall any radio message that talked about spotting that was anything other than what would have been expected.
And would that include minor spotting within 20 metres of the fire edge?
Yes.
If you then go over the page to the entry at 13:35, you have an entry there for Mr. Banfi, the air attack, and it's actually no entry. Do you have any able to give us insight
No,
into
sorry.
that? No, that's fine. You then agreed that Mr. Banfi landed to speak to you. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
And you say you think that was before 2:08 p.m. You said that in evidence yesterday.
I think so, yep.
Now, if you have a look at the log, so for example, at 12:20 on page 4012, there's an entry, the air attack was returning to Katoomba. You see that?
Correct, yep.
And at 12:56, an entry that the air attack was back on scene. It was important to record on the log when the air attack was in the vicinity and in the air. Is that correct?
Again, this is the scribes recording radio messages as they hear them, and if they hear something about an aircraft leaving the fire ground and the time is available to them to log that, they will log that, yes.
Do you from time to time check to make sure the scribes are doing their job accurately?
Yes, I do.
Now, there's no entry in the log of Mr. Banfi landing and talking to you, except you went to that yesterday. That's correct.
Yes, yep.
Now, it was a significant event, the air attack supervisor landing in the bush and coming and talking to you, wasn't it?
It's very typical on a fire ground for the air attack to land and discuss things with a divisional commander. It's at times the divisional commander will get in the aircraft and go and have a look and understand what's happening from the air. To me, the fact that Mr. Banfi landed in itself wasn't significant, but if the information that was transferred in the course of that conversation was significant, I would definitely have asked it to be recorded. So the fact that it's not recorded in there, to me, is a reflection of the fact that both Mr. Burley and myself were in a complete alignment with Mr. Banfi about the information that he passed on.
Have you had discussions with Mr. Burley about that?
No,
So how can you say that you and Mr. Burley were in alignment?
because when we left the site of that meeting, we all left that meeting in agreement with the situation. So it's a reasonable assumption that Mr. Burley would also agree with that.
So it's an assumption rather than based on knowledge.
Correct.
Prior to this event in 2019, how many times had an air attack supervisor landed at the fire scene to have a discussion with you?
Oh, gosh. I think that had been occurring. It does occur regularly. I don't have an exact number to tell you. It happens at hazard reduction burns. It happens during operations. The aircraft is not always required in the air, and sometimes they will either pick up the DivCom or the sector leader to go and have a look at the fire and get a better perspective of the fire ground, or they will land and not be operational for a time. I couldn't give you an exact number, but it's not outside the standard practice.
And during the conversation, Mr. Bampy identified the fire progression on a map. Do you recall that?
I'm not going to say I recall it exactly, but I would hazard a guess that would be the sensible thing that we would have done.
And he expressed concern to you about the fire progression, that's correct?
He relayed his observations about the relative progression of the fire on Bellsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road.
And as part of that, he actually expressed concern about the rate at which the fire was burning.
He may have, yes.
Thank you, Your Honour. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms Sankel. Mr Sell.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Carter, on behalf of those instructing me, and as a resident of the mountains myself, I'd like to thank you for your service, both professional and volunteer, particularly during the 1920 bushfires.
Thank you.
The Gospers Mountain Fire was ignited on the 26th of October 2019, is that correct? That was a lightning strike?
Yes.
And that's the wildfire that you've been describing in your evidence. And on the 12th of November, a containment strategy to encircle the fire with backburns was developed. Is that your understanding?
It was in the process of being developed.
Sure.
It certainly wasn't a short-term one-day exercise.
No. But on the 15th of November, when there was a severe fire danger rating prediction, there was a backburn put in at the Putty Road, Wallaby Swamp Trail, Staircase Spur Trail. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And that backburn escaped containment lines burning in the wrong direction away from the Gospers Mountain Fire, causing an emergency warning to be issued for properties at Yengo Drive. Are you aware of that?
I would state that it wasn't away from the Gospers Mountain Fire. So the Gospers Mountain Fire at that time was on both sides of the Putty Road, and while I wasn't involved in that backburn, it would have been a strategy to try and establish a northern containment line on both sides of the Putty Road.
But it didn't work, did it?
Your Honour, can I just rise to take an objection? Firstly, this witness was not involved in that particular backburn. Secondly, it's the 15th of December 2019, and the three primary issues that Your Honour is dealing with in relation to this stage 2 hearing relates to the events pertaining to the 14th of December backburn between the Bellsliner Road and the Mount Wilson Road. So I raise an objection based on relevance.
Yes.
Your Honour, just to that, we are examining the appropriateness of the Mount Wilson backburn, and I'm just going to place that decision-making in the context of what was happening in relation to the Gospers Mountain Fire. The backburn was a strategy developed to combat the Gospers Mountain Fire. It was a backburn strategy developed, and I'm just going to wish to quickly examine with this witness the history of the backburns that were decided upon to tackle the fire, similar to the Gospers Mountain, the Mount Wilson backburn.
I don't know that this...
To place it into context, if he doesn't know the answers, if he's not aware of it...
Well, he might even be aware, but he wasn't involved, so I think it's probably of limited utility.
And Your Honour, we're dealing with the southern containment strategy in the broader context, not as we've just heard now in relation to a northern containment strategy.
Yes.
And that would open up a whole new inquiry, which does not, has not been investigated. Your Honour, does not have the evidence, and we're dealing with different geographical locations, different terrains, different local weather systems, different decision makers.
Yes. Yes, we'll have to just keep this contained, Mr Searle, to what we're dealing with in these hearings.
I hear you, Your Honour.
Thanks.
What prompted in your evidence, what prompted the decision to light the backburn for Mount Wilson? This is around the 13th and the 14th. What was the sort of decision-making thoughts?
As I tried to outline yesterday, there was several factors that related to the timing of the backburn. One was that the main fire was continuing to move southwards, and not only directly above Mount Irvine or to the north of Mount Irvine and Mount Wilson, but also in the western areas out towards Nunes. And that is putting the fire in a dangerous location in my view, and certainly in the view of the IMT. So it was starting to get to that territory where we could see a repeat of a fire run similar to the State Mine Fire of the 17th of October. In addition, the local community and the local brigades were quite concerned about the proximity of the fire and were very keen for us to progress the backburn. And then it was about trying to find the right window of opportunity in terms of weather and where it fitted into the sequence of other burns to be able to get that work done. So those factors, along with, those factors were the key factors that arose in terms of deciding on the timing of the backburn and the location of the backburn.
All right, you mentioned the fire at Nunes. That was was that the backburn at Blackfellows Hand Trail at Nunes Plateau that had also escaped containment lines?
I was more concerned about the actual fire itself. Yep. And well, all of that is related, is called the Gospers Mountain Fire. However, we were mostly concerned with a line of fire moving south, which was the main fire itself. So the other areas were further to the west, and were creating their own, if you like, protection area because they were burning to the west. So the main fire heading south was a key concern for us.
But it was the escape fire from the Nunes Plateau. That was a bigger fire at this stage, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Might I show the witness that line scan image? This is a line scan image taken on the 13th of December. It's in the registry material. I don't know whether it's in the brief of evidence. If you could just look at the screen, the bigger fire to the top, on the top left-hand side, that's, I'm instructed, is the Nunes Plateau fire. Okay. And then down lower, a bit lower down on the right-hand side, that's the Gospers Mountain Fire. That's the wildfire, I'm instructed. Does that accord with your recollection?
I'll be very honest with you. Out of all the days I looked at line scans and fire positioning, I'm not sure. I also would say that in order to make an assessment of that, I'd need to have access to the line scan and a mapping system to be able to actually place things. I don't believe that from looking at it, my initial assessment is that not all of that over there is strictly backburn either.
Okay, well my instructions are that represents the Nunes Plateau backburn that did escape. And I'm suggesting to you that that was actually a bigger threat to Mount Wilson than the Gospers Mountain, the wildfire, which is down on the right-hand side.
I feel well, again, without being able to do the proper analysis on a mapping software, the point that you refer to as the stuff on the lower right-hand corner is further south and further to the east, and therefore more in a position to affect Mount Wilson than the other fire.
Okay. But the other fire is certainly larger.
Yes, it is.
And the other fire...
Well, it appears to be more intense based on the line scan. And I think you need to be really careful interpreting line scans. Not a picture of the fire, it's a heat signature. Yeah. And it doesn't necessarily represent a true picture of what's happening on the ground. And also the fuel type that it's burning in there is quite different to the fuel type that it's burning in further to the south.
What are the differences in the fuel types?
More of a forested fuel out in that part of the line scan, which is obviously going to generate or does generate a more intense fire. Further south you come, and again, without doing the analysis of the mapping, I don't know where that Gospers Mountain fire is located, but there are significant patches of heath vegetation in that part of the landscape which burns differently. And has quite different characteristics, which I'm happy to explain if that would be of value.
Before we proceed any further, sorry to interrupt, I think we need to probably reference what we're looking at, where it is in the brief.
Page 418.
this Nick's analysis of that's not.
Just the,
I'm instructed that it's found in a different brief of evidence, so not in the Gross Valley brief of evidence, but in the Gospers Mountain brief of evidence at page 537, and picking up a part of Mr. Carter's evidence. The utility of this in isolation, absent fire progression maps, for example, situation reports and those types of document may call into question some of the utility. And I know that Mr. Searle was very careful to say that he's instructed about certain matters, but that's not evidence. And I'm happy for it to proceed on the basis of assumption, pending evidence that establishes the relevant instruction or the assumption.
yes, thank you.
Sorry, I think you're about to give an explanation.
I was, yes. So it's an interesting bit of landscape out there. So it's a mix of forest and heath, which is partially why the State Mine Fire ran as far and fast as it did. So heath vegetation presents a very different fuel structure to a forest. It's generally shorter in height, and the fully grown heath height out there is around about 2 metres in height. Often made up of vegetation with very fine leaves. And when that leaf falls, it actually forms quite a compact vegetation layer on the ground, which doesn't burn readily. So there's not a lot of oxygen mixed in amongst the fuel, so that the ground fuel doesn't necessarily burn readily, but what it does do is it smoulders. And as heath, where heath burns is when there's wind involved. So you'll often see very, very low intensity or even unnoticeable activity in the ground fields of heath based on that very low intensity fire. But when wind is present, it'll sit up into the fine fuel elevated layer, and it will progress extremely fast. So heath can actually burn at a rate of approximately 7 kilometres per hour if it's got a good wind behind it, and it's at about that 2 metre worth of height. We understand that particular part of the fire ground burnt during 2016, and there was a lot of consumption of fuel there. So in all the construction work that I did, and I'm using standard accepted fuel accumulation curves, the reconstruction work I did was based on a heath height of approximately 1 metre, so half of its potential maximum height, and ran fire behaviour models on that basis, which still allowed several kilometres per hour fire behaviour in that landscape. And so what you see with that kind of landscape is fire that essentially disappears until the wind arrives, and then it makes itself very, very loudly known.
But just from that picture I showed you, it seemed that the Nunes Plateau fire, if I can call it that, seemed bigger and more intense than the Gospers Mountain.
Yes, my explanation for that is that it's burning through forest fields in that area, not heath fields. Yep.
But over time, that, if unchecked, could present a greater danger to Mount Wilson than the wildfire, if I can. I probably can't concur with that completely. There's a lot of factors at play. The fact that it's already further north, it's got to come a long way south, it's got to come further south than the main fire. The main fire is already further south and further to the east, so in my view would have been more of a concern than what was occurring on the Nunes Plateau. Okay, and but you and the others who made the decisions about the Mount Wilson backburn, you were aware of it at the time? That was a factor you took into account?
Yes, we took into account all fire activity that we were aware of.
Okay, and I think it's in your statement of 28 October 2022, page 3564, paragraph 53, you talk about a discussion on the 13th of December where it was agreed to commence the backburn around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. You saw that?
Correct.
Yep. Were any of the brigades other than Mount Wilson in the areas of risk if the backburn escaped and involved in the meeting on the 13th of December? About the...
I can only recall Mount Wilson Brigade being involved in the call.
Okay. So other potential affected areas weren't involved in that?
They may have been, but I don't recall.
Okay. All right. And there's an incident action plan for the 13th, which I think is at page 1195. I think it's materials that was produced by the RFS to the court. Your Honour, I want to show the witness some documents. There's a submission made by those instructing me, which was made to the court, I think, last year. A link to a website version is in their affidavits. I've given a copy to my friend and counsel for the RFS this morning.
Is it in the brief that you can?
It's not in the brief of evidence. I don't think it's in the brief of evidence, but
Not in the brief of evidence.
but nevertheless,
It was received as a submission, that's why it's.
Oh, okay, so it hasn't been,
no, it hasn't been. A PDF copy was provided, I believe, to the court yesterday afternoon. If that was to be useful, I mean, maybe it should go into evidence formally. I leave that to others to. But I certainly wanted to take the witness to some documents that are in it and just ask him some questions.
well, I'll just wait and see what it is and what the questions are. I of course haven't
No, that's
seen
true.
it, I'm not aware of it.
No, I understand.
Those assisting me are either, or any of the parties.
I can provide you on a spare
Okay.
copy for the 6th.
Yes, thank you. And yes, if we could
Certainly.
provide a copy to the witness as well. Thanks. Thanks very much. I think a copy to the witness from Mr. Searle.
Thank you, Your Honour.
So this is a submission.
This is a submission to the New South Wales Coronial inquiry into the fire at Grace Valley, Mount Wilson, 2019. And I'm asking the witness to turn to pages 54.
Just perhaps if we could just identify who it's prepared by.
Prepared by Jochen Spencer and Corinne Sheaves. Thank you, Your Honour. Those are the people for whom I appeared in this proceeding. And then underneath it says Mount Wilson RFS Backbone Survivors Group, Mount Tomar and Branding Communities. And as I indicated, I think a copy was provided to the court last year as a submission, and certainly having regard to Mr. Spencer's affidavit, there is reference to it. There is a link given to a website version, and he explains where all the annexures come from and what they are, and he hasn't been called to give evidence in person. I would ask you to look at the document that's at pages 54 and 55, which is described as Appendix 3. This is in the brief of evidence at page 1195, I believe. This is the incident action plan for the 13th. And under the bottom right-hand side, under Mount Wilson, at the bottom you can see it says trigger and then strategy, and only if trigger met. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, sure. So I think, again, we discussed this yesterday. The trigger that had been established was the 99 northing line, or the 99th parallel, or there's various ways of describing it. Again, that point was a point to aid and draw attention to the need to make decisions about next steps and next actions. And as I understand it, that trigger line was crossed on the 9th or 10th of December.
Right. Well, if it was crossed on the 9th or 10th of December, why would it have been put in as a trigger in the incident action plan for the 13th?
Oh, I'm not sure. I didn't draft the incident action plan. I can't answer the question. I'm sorry.
Okay. But nevertheless, was this something you were basing your decision making on?
We wouldn't have based planning decisions on the basis of what's in the IAP.
What is the purpose of the IAP?
The purpose of the IAP is to provide information to crews and to people in operational roles undertaking activities for the day. So it contains a description. It's a SMEAC's briefing document, essentially. So the situation, the mission, how it would be executed, administrative controls and things to be managed, communications and safety.
Okay. And what was your role at this time?
On the 13th,
Yes.
I was in the role of both as a liaison officer between the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury IMTs, and assisting with strategic planning for the broader containment of Prospect Mountain Fire.
So you didn't see this document, you didn't base any of your planning decisions on it?
No, I was not field operational at that particular point in time, so this document wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have relied on this document in any way.
Okay. I think there's a, and when you, and you said the trigger point was met on the 9th or 10th.
I believe so. My recollection is it's in my I think it's in my statement somewhere, but it was prior to this. I'm fairly sure that the trigger was met.
Okay. And I think at page 4055, I think that's to your third statement. That's the incident action plan for, I think it's the 14th of December, 13th to the 14th. Again, you're not the author of this document.
Correct.
And what was the purpose of this document then?
Again, this was a document to brief and lay out the day's plan and the broader plan to operational people in the field that day, and to describe the situation mission, how the mission would be executed, etc. On that particular day.
Okay. And again, did you make any use of this document in your decision making?
This document would have been used. This was the document that I would have briefed crews on in the morning of the 14th, and also would have given copies to crews as well. So every crew would have, even the swing shift crews coming in, would have been given a copy of this document.
Okay. So it was used in that sort of practical sense.
Yep.
Now I want to show you another document. This is at page 3310 of the brief of evidence. It's a document described SOP #17 backburning activities. I believe this is information provided by the Rural Fire Service to the court. Mr. Carter, is that document the standard operating procedure relating to backburning activities applicable to activities of the Rural Fire Service?
It's been superseded by the revised operational protocol that was drafted as a result of recommendations of the independent bushfire inquiry.
Okay, but at the time of the incidents that this proceeding is concerned with, was that the applicable instrument?
Yes, it was. Okay. Assuming it's the latest revision. Yep.
That's my understanding too. And that's what you would have had regard to?
Yes.
In terms of your own decision making? So you had that with you when you were making decisions about whether to backburn, where to backburn?
This document would have been available in the Fire Control Centre, most certainly, and our expectation is that we're aware of the content of the standard operating procedures and act in accordance with them.
Okay. All right. So in particular, just looking at the bottom, backburning is not to be conducted when people or savable property is in the path of the backburn. How do you reconcile that with the dangers inherent in backburning of potentially breaching containment lines?
I'm sorry, Mr. Searle, I'm just looking for the
bottom, just above definitions, there's a bullet point saying backburning is not to be conducted when, and there's a series of dot points.
Yep.
I'm just wondering how you factor that into your decision making when it says when people or savable property is in the path of backburn.
Yep. Quite simply because we were backburning from a control line that was in place between property or people and away from people and savable property as it's described here.
But nevertheless, when the Mount Wilson backburn did escape containment lines, people and property were in the path of the backburn. That's correct?
That's correct.
And another, if you like, condition when you're not supposed to do backburning is when there's extreme conditions or the weather is forecast to create extreme conditions before the backburn is likely to be secured. Do you see that?
Yep.
Now,
Would you like a response to?
If you'd like to give one.
Yeah, well, and I'm happy to respond to that. I mean, the weather forecast for the burn location had a fire danger index no greater than high, certainly not into very high or severe or extreme. I believe we were in compliance with the SOP at that time.
Okay. Now, did you conduct fuel moisture content readings before deciding to light the backburn?
That was undertaken as an integral part of a test burn.
Right. Can you say who undertook it?
As the incident control, as the divisional commander, I was in charge of the test burn and observing the test burn and whether or not fuel moisture conditions were suitable for the burn to proceed.
And you assessed that fuel moisture conditions were suitable?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, just before we leave that, you agreed that fine fuel moisture content, or DFMC, is a critical tool for understanding forecast fire conditions,
Correct.
and it's a very important tool to determine the risk of backburn escapes and fire severity.
It's a factor. It's one of the decision-making factors that's considered in the course of making a decision to proceed with a backburn.
And a rating of 5 to 10% indicates severe fire behaviour, crowning likely.
It depends on the weather that's associated with that fuel moisture content.
And a rating of less than 5% indicates extreme and difficult to predict fire weather.
If the fire weather correlates to drive that kind of fire behaviour, then a fine fuel moisture content of that level can result in that sort of fire behaviour, yes.
Now, I just wanted to take you to some aspects that are in the brief of evidence and just ask you some questions about that. If I can just find my page. Sorry, Rano. I'm taking the witness to page 4185 in the brief of evidence, which is part of Mr. Gelly's expert report.
You have a volume and numbers, that's all right.
I'm sorry, Your Honour, I've only
That's all
got
right.
PDFs and
Volume 13.
13, volume 13.
Got it, thanks.
4185.
4185. Just asking you to look at the table here, and in the right-hand side, it says fuel and weather conditions at 10:00 hours. This is on the 14th of December. You see that?
Yes.
And it's got here estimated DFMC of 9% and a forest fire danger index of 9, which Mr. Gelly says understates fire behaviour in a healthy forest, and it's close to the bottom range of prescribed burning prescriptions. And he says a backburn should be undertaken preferably in the range of 12 to 17% and at night time. You see that?
I can see that, yes.
Okay, so when you did the moisture testing, what were the results?
We visibly observed fire behaviour that was extremely conducive to proceeding with the burn and achieving the objectives that have been set.
What were the ratings?
Which ratings? The fine fuel moisture content?
Yeah, what was the fine fuel moisture content?
We did not do a calculation on the fine fuel moisture content.
Shouldn't you have done that?
I don't believe so. I believe that the practical application of fine fuel moisture content is exhibited in the fire behaviour which is observed. It's one factor to take into consideration of many factors to take into consideration when deciding to do a hazard reduction or a backburn. It's just one factor. It is not standard practice to do fine fuel moisture readings or calculations prior to backburnings or prescribed burns. As the SOP says, it refers to fire weather and fire danger indexes as opposed to calculations such as a fine fuel moisture content.
Right. Well, Mr. Gelly, who is an expert whose report hasn't been challenged.
Object.
Well,
There hasn't been an opportunity for that yet.
Oh, well, he's not being required to give evidence, Your Honour.
Well, and I'm quite happy to say why, Your Honour, because he does not engage in that is my submission, with the issues before, Your Honour, and does not engage with what Mr Conway has said in his report about the appropriateness or not of the relevant backburn.
Well, on my reading of Mr Gelly's report, he says there are certain things that should be done before a backburn is lit, and one of which is taking these readings. As I understand the witness, he said they did the test, but the measurements they took were observational. They didn't take the scientific readings, if I can put it that way.
Yeah.
I'm happy to put it to the witness. Mr Gelly, who not only has academic qualifications, but was the Blue Mountains Fire Controller for a district fire person for National Parks and Wildlife, so he knows the area quite well. He says that these readings should have been done as standard before backburning operations.
That would require a significant change to policy and to standard operating procedures from all fire agencies, as I'm not aware of any fire agency that does a specific fine fuel and moisture calculation prior to undertaking a backburn.
Okay, so you didn't take a reading of the DFMC or the Forest Fire Danger Index?
No, we took weather readings, and the weather readings fell within our expectations of the low to moderate fire danger rating at the time, as the forecast suggested.
Okay. Can I ask you now to turn to page 4187 of that report. Mr Gelly says the on-ground weather reported at the fire ground was 29 degrees and winds gusting up to 15 kilometres. Is that, and then he just read those two paragraphs if I could ask you to. Sorry, that's the first paragraph which says on-ground weather recorded at the fire ground.
Thank you.
That suggests, doesn't it, that those were not good conditions to conduct a backburn?
Correct.
And had you known that, would you still have thought that the backburn was a good idea?
I object to the question.
Well,
Should we put it as an assumption, because we're talking about on-ground weather recordings as at 14:30 hours, that's 2:30 that afternoon. Is this question being put on the basis of the planning to implement the backburn prior to 10 a.m. on the 14th, or is it being directed to what was happening on the ground as at 2:30 p.m. on the 14th of December 2019?
Yes, thanks, Mr Searle, if you could just be specific about what you're asking.
okay. Had you known what the conditions were going to be on the ground at that time,
What time?
the time in the paragraph that I've directed his attention, which was a question that I asked.
So that's at 2:50
Yeah,
p.m.
2:50. Had you known that those were likely to be the conditions, would you still have thought that the backburn at this time in this place was a good thing to do?
I think that would be a matter of thought and discussion amongst the incident management team if that was the forecast that was present at the time when making decisions regarding the backburn. I honestly can't sit here and say that we would have done it or we wouldn't have done it. There was a lot of issues to be considered, and it's up to no one person to make those decisions. It's an effort from the whole incident management team. So certainly the departure from the forecast is what caused us problems, and we were comfortable with the forecast at the time of planning the burn.
Mm-hmm. I can take you back to the previous page, 4185, and these were readings at 10 o'clock on the 14th.
I'm sorry, which page, Mr. Searle?
4185.
Yep.
Again, you can see the readings that were there in the right hand of the box. based on those, had you known of those readings, what impact would that have had on your view about the appropriateness of the backburn?
I guess my answer would be the same. You make a decision based on the information you have at hand at the time, and that decision is made by a group of professionals with relevant experience and expertise, and it's an IMT decision that is made taking into consideration all the factors that are appropriate.
Okay, but given your experience and had you done those readings and you had that knowledge, what impact would that have had on your own thought processes?
Can I just ask a question for clarity, perhaps? Are these observations in this box, are they supposedly from the fire ground on the day?
That's what the expert, Mr. Gelly.
I'm just unclear where they might have come from, and I can't.
I'm trying to locate where Mr. Gelly says that these were on-ground readings. I can't find it yet, but perhaps Mr. Searle can identify where those readings come from, or whether they come from some other.
I'm happy to talk to the observations that were taken on the fire ground by myself as the divisional commander, but I'm not sure
Perhaps
where
we
these
go
came from.
those readings rather than, at least we know where they're from. I don't know.
If it assists the court, Mr. Gelly, at the beginning of his report, indicates where he gets all of his information from. So pages 9 and 10 and 11 of his report talks about where he gets his data from and what his methodology is and his qualifications to interpret the material set out at page 4 and 5.
I think specifically we need to know where this information's coming from, fuel and weather conditions at 10 a.m.
Well, he does provide a number of footnote references. Again, I guess if Mr. Gelly came to give evidence, he could answer these questions, Your Honour.
It's a question of fairness for the witness, ultimately.
It is.
Well, the witness can either, if the witness can't answer the question, that's his answer.
He can't answer it because he doesn't know where this information's come from. And
Okay, well, if I ask him to
Nor do
assume
I.
that those were the readings,
Not the readings. We know what the readings are. They're in the log.
I think we need to go to the readings that we actually know where they've come from, and then you can ask the questions, Mr. Searle, if we could find them.
well, okay, I might skip now then to an uncontroversial matter, which is the weather gridding, because I think the weather,
Well, I don't know what that is.
okay, well,
As long as we have,
I think this will come from the witness's own evidence. So I think that's... Your statement of the 28th of October 22, I think that's tab 77. I think yesterday my friend, Council Assisting, took you to page 3623, weather for Bell Division backburn.
I'll just need to get a copy of that, if that's okay.
yeah, do we know what volume, what tab? I'll just get it for the witness.
It's volume 11, tab 77.
Volume 11, tab 77.
Thank you.
So you
I have my statement in front of me now. Sorry.
So I think it's page 3623. The heading is weather for Bell Division backburn.
Yep.
And that's the more favourable weather readings that you said led to the decision to do the backburn.
So that's a weather forecast extracted from the Bureau of Meteorology grids for the location of the burn.
Okay, can I take you to page 3591, which appears to have two readings, one in the top left-hand corner and one in the bottom right-hand corner, and then just above the words burn execution, another grid, a third grid, as it were.
Yes, got that?
Is that that bottom left-hand grid, is that the same one that's at page 3623?
Yes, I believe so.
And what are the other two?
The other two are the tables extracted from the incident weather forecast issued for the 14th for the locations noted on the map.
Okay, and how does this work? Who does the gridding, as it were?
The Bureau of Meteorology undertakes the gridding, the modelling to produce the forecasts.
Okay, but who actually produced this document that's at 3623?
That is an extraction by the fire behaviour analyst on the IMT at the time from the Bureau's gridded data.
Okay. And do they do that themselves? They manually do the calculations, or is it computer generated?
No, it's computer generated. As fire behaviour analysts in the Rural Fire Service, we have access directly to the Bureau's modelled gridded data, which is used for all of these forecasts.
Okay, and that's what you based your decisions on regarding the weather?
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask you now to look at page 4058, which I think is also in your evidence. This is a document that says Australian Government Bureau of Meteorology, New South Wales Incident Weather Forecast for Gospers Mountain West, issued at 1:03 p.m. You see that?
Correct.
And Gospers Mountains West, that's the area closest to where the backburn is to be conducted.
Correct.
And was this a document that you also had access to in decision making?
Yes, so the weather that appears in that forecast is what appears on the top left-hand corner of the page of 3591.
It's the top left-hand corner, is it?
Yes.
Okay, but this is a document produced by the Bureau of Meteorology.
Correct.
And again, if you look at the 24-hour forecast, particularly when you're looking at after 4 o'clock on the 14th, the weather forecast in terms of wind speeds and temperature are a bit different to the ones you based your decision making on, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Were they, this document at page 4058, this Bureau of Meteorology forecast, that's much less favourable for a backburn, isn't it?
It provides a good window to continue and to undertake the operation until 1600 hours.
Right, but it's still less favourable than the gridded one that you made use of.
After 1600 hours, I would agree, yes.
Can I ask why you used the gridded reference rather than simply the Bureau of Meteorology document?
This is an obviously in an increasingly volatile climate. The concerns that personally I would have had with these incident weather fire forecasts was the distance they are from the actual location of the burn that we were to undertake. There are elevation differences which are important in the context of weather, and also that the incident weather forecast is in a different geographic area with plateaus and further west of the actual fireground location. As a divisional commander to undertake an operation, my view is to get the most localised and specific weather I can for the location that a burn is going to be undertaken, so the weather was drawn from the same information that the other two forecasts were generated from, just in a more specific location.
Mm-hmm. Right, but this Bureau of Meteorology, that's probably the most authoritative source of forecasting, isn't it?
The data is the same, comes from the same place.
Right.
From the Bureau.
Okay, but this is the Bureau's own analysis, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep.
So on the one hand, you've got the Bureau's analysis, and on the other hand, you've got what an interpretation by your fire behavioural analysis. Is that how I'm to understand the...
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. So do you think that the fire behavioural analyst has a better grasp on the data than the Bureau of Meteorology?
I think the obvious answer to that is no. They're not trained meteorologists.
So if we were to prefer one forecast over another, would it be a reasonable proposition to prefer the Bureau of Meteorology documentation?
No, from my perspective, it would be preferable to take the Bureau's own data from a location far closer to the actual burn site.
Right. Isn't this document at page 4058, isn't that the one closest to the burn site?
It's the incident weather forecast for a location approximately 18 to 20 kilometres away from the burn site, whereas the weather we used was from the exact location of the burn site.
Well, how do you say that it's from the exact location?
Because the grid that was selected to download that weather from was located over the intersection of Mount Wilson Road and Bellsliner Road.
All right, just step us through how that works.
So the Bureau's forecasting system is a gridded, what they call a gridded system. So they forecast weather over a 6 kilometre by 6 kilometre grid. So the landscape is essentially, Australia is essentially covered in a gridded framework of grids 6 kilometres by 6 kilometres. They generate they take observations from around from automatic weather stations around the country, as well as atmospheric observations from weather balloons. They get other observations from pilots in aircraft, etc., and that all feeds into the computer modelling, and then they use various computer models, but the one they rely mostly on to produce forecasts is the Australian designed access model, and that model generates a forecast within each individual 6 kilometre by 6 kilometre grid, and then that is then interpreted into that mathematics is then interpreted into a series of forecast numbers regarding temperature, relative humidity, wind strength, wind speed, etc., for the predominant elevation within that grid.
Right, so you say that was a more reliable indicator than the document I've shown you at page 4058?
It was the document we decided to use based on the fact that it was more specific to the location. Having said that, the incident weather forecast referred to for Gospers Mountain West, and I would reiterate, still shows that there was a window of opportunity there to lock in that section of Mount Wilson Road prior to 4 o'clock before the weather became less favourable.
Yeah, and that's the switch over in the forecast at page 4058. It's after 4 o'clock. It deteriorates quite significantly.
Yeah, and I think the weather forecast from the grids shows that switch at 5 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock. And to me, that actually is representative of the various locations of the forecasts. The one that has the switch at 4 o'clock is further west, so it's going to be influenced by that air mass earlier than the location of the intersection of Bellsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road, hence the change to a more westerly wind direction occurring approximately an hour later. So it's very consistent, because forecasts are actually very consistent given their relative position.
Okay. But which of the forecasts turned out to be more accurate?
Neither.
Well, of the two, which was the most accurate?
I can't answer that question, because where the incident weather forecast from the Bureau showed a southwesterly wind change at 4 o'clock, at the time of 4 o'clock, yes, that wind change was continuing, was from the southwest, but it switched back to the southeast and the east by 5 or 5:30 in the afternoon. So in that sense, the forecast from the grid is pretty similar, and I actually really struggle to answer that question.
So if I suggested that it was in fact the Bureau of Meteorology report, your answer would be you can't make an assessment.
Well, I'm not sure on the basis on which I would determine which one was more accurate. Is it the time the wind changed? Is it temperature? Is it relative humidity? You know, and you know, I'm happy to sit here and analyse for 10 or 15 minutes and come up with an answer, but without doing some more in-depth analysis of those forecast numbers, I would struggle to come to a clear conclusion.
That's okay. All right, we might move on to a different topic then. In your 5 June 2020 statement, I think at paragraph 21, you said we had sufficient resources ready to go. Now, I think in answer to some questions you were asked yesterday, Council assisting, you indicated that there was 1 strike team on Mount Wilson. I think your answers were 2 to 3 strike teams at Bell's Line of Road. What were the resources that you said you had ready to go?
That sounds correct.
Okay. What about bulk water carriers? Did you have those ready to go?
There was, look, I don't recall the actual bulk water numbers. I know at some point in the day I became aware that we were likely to require further bulk water and requested some further bulk water appliances to attend, which they duly did.
So when you said, so what did you mean when you said we had sufficient resources ready to go? What were the resources that you say you had to hand?
We had sufficient resources in terms of ground crews and appliances to undertake the backburn.
Okay, how did you evaluate sufficiency?
Based on the planning work that the planning team had done, conversations with the sector leaders, that they were comfortable. The October sector leader was very clear that they didn't want too many appliances on Mount Wilson Road, and I believe October sector leader was comfortable with the resources they had available. And in terms of resources on Bell's Line of Road, Greg Honeysett, I believe, was comfortable with the resources he had available to him. In fact, that gave us some spare capacity to make sure that, as well as lighting crews, were doing mop-up work following on from the lighting that was being done.
Okay. What water resources did you have to hand at the time?
So every appliance would have had water with it. So every Category 1 appliance will carry approximately 3,300 litres of water, and every Category 7 appliance will carry roughly 1,100 litres of water with it.
So how many in total?
I'd have to go to the resourcing and calculate that. I can't recall that off the top of my head, but that's as I understand it, the IAP is probably a reasonable indication of the resourcing that was in place.
Okay. And again, how did you assess that this would be enough to not just conduct, was it just to conduct the backburn, or were you building in contingencies for if the backburn was more difficult to handle than you anticipated, you would have sufficient resources to deal with that as well?
I think we planned for the scenario of the work being done. I believe that with the fire and rescue strike team we had available, we had some surge capacity early in the day to provide support if required. We're also aware that we had the swing shifts coming in at midday, which was a further 3 strike teams, again with Category 1 appliances carrying 3,300 litres of water. And we also had on Bell's Line of Road a very significant water supply tank, which we made available to the crews as a I think it was 100,000 litres water tank, or 200,000 litre water tank, which was available for the crews. The main water concern I would have had at that time was keeping supply up to buoy walls for use by aircraft, which I can't recall, but I suspect that's probably why I requested further bulk water carriers, was to keep the buoy wall at a level which was useful for three medium aircraft.
And how many aircraft appliances were available to you?
There were three helitacs, or 3 medium aircraft assigned to that division for the day, plus the air attack supervisor. And there was also other aircraft available from Woodlands that could be utilised if required. And we had also been advised that the large air tanker would be available to us, bearing in mind that there could be conflicts with its tasking.
And was it ultimately available?
Yes.
Okay. So what, as the day unfolded and as the backburn was conducted and got out of control, what air appliances did you actually have access to when you
we had, as I understand it, and again, without going through my 3 years ago memory, I understand that we continued and maintained a minimum of 3 helitac, 3 medium machines. and the large aircraft was also made available to us with both gel and retardant.
And was in fact that sufficient to deal with the situation you faced?
See, this is the interesting thing with aircraft. Everyone says we could do with more aircraft, but aircraft have to be able to access the fire where they need to fight the fire. They need to be able to deal with visibility and smoke. And one of the key issues that I think even Mr. Banfi has recorded, and I think it's in the log somewhere, is that it was probably too smoky for those aircraft to access some of those spot fires once established. Again, I'd have to go through the log to confirm that, but it's not uncommon that you end up in a situation where aircraft can't access the fire that you're trying to contain due to smoke.
Right, well, my question was, did you actually end up having enough resources to deal with the...
I believe so, yes.
So you think you had enough resources?
Yes.
So more resources wouldn't have changed anything?
I think what could have changed something might have been having the large aircraft earlier. I think applying some gel to parts of the fire ground when the weather turned and varied from the forecast through the large air tanker may have assisted. Again, impossible to say absolutely, but I would have been more comfortable to have the LAT earlier, yes.
Okay, and was it not available earlier because it wasn't available when you asked for it, or it was called for at a time when, you know, in retrospect, it would have been better to have it earlier?
No, my understanding is that the LAT was working in the Wallandilly area doing direct property protection at the time.
So there was a delay between the requesting of that large air tanker and it actually being able to come?
I believe so, yes.
You know what that delay was?
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head, no.
Not even roughly?
Actually, no. It might come as no surprise that time takes on a different perspective when things are unfolding. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Memory is fallible. In that same paragraph, you say that there were strike teams were pre-positioned at Orchard Hills as a regional surge capacity should the need arise. That's correct.
Yep.
Orchard Hills is about an hour and a half away from Mount Wilson, isn't it?
Correct.
How far could the fire travel in that time if you needed that backup and you called for it, given the terrain also from Mount Orchard?
In that hour and a half, the fire could travel up to a kilometre with some spotting.
So is having an hour and a half, having that surge capacity an hour and a half away, was that safe or should it have been closer?
I was comfortable with that. We had the swing shifts coming in at midday. Ultimately, we did call on those additional resources. They were on the fire ground in time to be placed into the township of Mount Wilson and protecting properties. And at all times, I was aware of and confident that any property that may be exposed to fire impact had an appliance with it.
Okay, now in your, I think at page 4014 of your evidence, statement of the 14th of April, I think it's recorded that following spot over, attempting to do what can be done, unable to take extra crews, too congested. Was there congestion on the roads that was stopping the crews getting through?
There were two issues that prevented access. One was the number of appliances that were there attempting to access the spot fires, but also by that time I'm sure that there were issues regarding smoke and so forth, so that some crews may have felt it not safe to proceed through.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's some statements which I believe are in the brief of evidence from Fire and Rescue that indicate that crews couldn't reach Mount Wilson because of the backburning. Was that your understanding?
There was a time when the backburn or the fire was crossing Mount Wilson Road well after the initial spots were established, where crews decided to not proceed and to wait till the fire intensity reduced before they proceeded into the town.
Right, but essentially appliances couldn't get in because of the fire being
Correct.
intense.
Yep.
And that's the escaped backburn.
Yep. Or the backburn, in the process of doing further crossing of Mount Wilson Road.
Yeah. But at this stage, where's the wildfire in relation to Mount Wilson?
It's several kilometres to the south still.
How many? 60?
Between 1 and 2 kilometres.
Okay. But the backburn's there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the event, despite your evidence that you had sufficient resources, why were the spot overs not able to be quickly extinguished?
It comes back to the fuel load on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, and this is in thinking this through last night. This is one of the things that potentially could be done differently in advance of this kind of fire event. But the fuel load, that area had not been burnt for, as I understand it, since 1994. Which means that from our perspective as fire managers, it had achieved its maximum fuel load, and that includes a very heavy elevated shrub layer, a lot of it quite thick, and crews were, as I understand it, unable to penetrate the shrub layer through and access, because it was just too hard to actually force their way through. So without any hazard reduction burning being done in that area, access was impeded simply because the vegetation was so thick.
Okay. And was the thickness of the vegetation a matter you took into account, or that the decision makers collectively took into account when deciding whether or not to conduct the backburn in that location?
Absolutely, yes.
So just talk me through the sort of thought process, given what you've just said.
Yeah, so one of the options that was considered as a backburn option was to take the backburn from Bilpin along the Bellsliner Road around Mount Tomar all the way out to Mount Wilson Road using Bellsliner Road as the containment line. There were a number of concerns with that, and the chief concern was the fuel load to the north of Bellsliner Road, that corner between Mount Wilson Road and Bellsliner Road, which we knew had not been burnt for a very significant, since that 1994. You'll find in the IAP, and I was very clear in my briefing, that it was very imperative that we did not get fire on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road. It was one of the key factors that we were trying to prevent from occurring, because we knew that area was very heavily vegetated, and we also know that there are very typical pathways in there, particularly around Mount Charles, where fire crosses from the north side of the Bellsliner Road to the south side of the Bellsliner Road. Does it, potentially that area has fire around it every 7 years, and keeping fire out of that area is always a priority.
Now, what happened with in your opinion, why was the backbone not able to be kept within the control lines? What happened?
Because of a deterioration in the weather that allowed the fire behaviour to escalate and spot and enter an area where crews, that was too heavily vegetated for crews to access.
And as a result of the escaping of the containment line, I think you agreed earlier that properties and people in Mount Wilson were threatened by the path of the backburn. That's correct?
Yes.
And ultimately properties were lost because of the backburn?
Yes.
So again, going back to the standard operating procedure, how do you reconcile the decision to have the backburn in that location when it says you shouldn't have people or savable property in the path of the backburn?
Because if the backburn had not been affected by deteriorating weather, they would not have been in the path of the backburn. If we undertook every backburn on the basis that if it lost containment, it didn't represent a threat, we would never do a single backburn. Our view was that we had a containment line in place that was suitable for the activity, and we timed the activity to be done in a window that is consistent with the standard operating procedure, and the fire would have moved away and indeed protected people and savable property.
Okay. So in your planning for the backburn, what contingencies did you build in for things like the thick scrub, the lack of hazard reduction, possible weather deterioration? Where can we find that in your planning? Is that documented?
I don't recall that being specifically documented, but it was certainly part of the thinking around bringing in swing shifts so that there was additional resources to make sure containment lines were secure and that the blacking out and mopping up could be done if it had gone according to plan. the availability of aircraft, making sure that we had access to the large aircraft if required, as well as understanding that there were further resources available to us to respond to that location if required.
So it was in the resourcing, but it wasn't necessarily specifically, you didn't say, you know, contingency plan.
Not that I'm aware of, not that I saw.
Well, you were the,
Yep, and
key people.
I didn't see a written contingency plan.
Your Honour, I note the time. Do you wish me to continue, or is it?
I will take the morning adjournment and resume at 12. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Carter, can I just quickly take you back to the evidence you were giving about the 13th of December in your 28 October 2022 statement, and you say that there was a discussion between Hawkesbury IMT, Lithgow Forward Command, Blue Mountains IMT and local brigades. And I know your memory, it's not perfect, none of our memories are perfect. Do you remember whether anyone from the Bilpin Brigade was invited to that meeting?
I don't recall anyone from Bilpin being involved in that meeting, no.
Do you remember whether Bilpin Brigade was consulted about the issue of the backburn and its location?
I believe that I don't. My assertion would be that Bilpin was involved in locating containment lines, and that would have been the extent of their.
We could just limit your answers to what you actually know for
Sure.
fact, rather than what you think might have happened. So you don't know whether Bilpin was consulted.
No.
Do you know whether was the Mount Wilson Brigade involved?
Yes.
Can you tell us what other brigades were involved?
No. With certainty, no.
Okay, that's fine. If I can take you back to the incident weather forecast for Gospers Mountain West at page 4058. And apart from the weather forecasts, you'll see there is a column, 1, 2, 3, third back from the right, called Haynes, the Haynes readings.
Correct? Yes.
Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Are they, do they show whether or not the atmosphere is stable or unstable or conducive to pyroconvection? That is the atmospheric conditions by which the sort of fires might grow.
Sea Haynes is a measure of instability, but in the lower part of the atmosphere, so it doesn't indicate whether or not a fire would potentially become a fire thunderstorm. So it relates more to instability between pressures of 850 hectopascals and 500 hectopascals.
But looking at the predictions from 2 o'clock onwards, there's reading of 10 and 11. Doesn't that indicate that the atmosphere above the proposed backburn area was unstable and conducive to pyroconvection?
No, it says that lower part of the atmosphere is unstable, correct, yes,
Yeah.
but in terms of pyroconvection, it's not necessarily an indicator of that.
Not necessarily, but it can be.
Well, actually, no, it's not an indicator of deep convection forming pyrocumulus or pyrocumulonimbus events. It's more to do with the lower atmosphere, potentially up to 2,000, 3,000 metres.
Okay. So you're saying those readings there don't indicate or don't provide an indication that the proposed backburn that you were considering at this time was problematic?
They refer to a level of instability in the lower part of the atmosphere, and those numbers are high, so they are higher than you would like, but it's very typical of that particular year as well.
Sure, but those conditions are not good for backburning, are they?
Well, again, I can't provide a single answer to that because conditions up until 4 o'clock are still actually quite suitable given the wind direction. Again, Sea Haynes is one factor to be taken into consideration, so I think it's not appropriate to just look at a number in a column and say whether or not that the burn was suitable, the conditions were suitable for the backburn.
But looking at the Haynes readings from 2 o'clock onwards, they're higher and higher than you would like.
They are higher, yeah, but I wouldn't be concerned about that weather forecast until 1600.
Well, at 1300 it says it's at 11, it's the same reading. You're
But
saying
again,
factoring all those other things in.
exactly. So you have to factor the complete weather picture in, not just one factor.
And when you used the gridded weather forecast, there's no Haynes reading in those.
I don't recall, but there's most likely not.
Feel free to go to them.
We can definitely double check that. If I
It's
can
at
remember
page
where to find it.
3623 and 3591.
Sorry, 36.
23.
If you're looking at it and they're not there, then I accept the assertion.
I'm far from expert in this. Mr. Carter, I'm happy to be.
Let's have a look. 3623.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're correct, it does not include a C. Haynes reading.
And does that mean that the Haynes readings were not taken into account when you were factoring the weather conditions in when deciding whether to do the Mount Wilson backburn?
I think that the C. Haynes is always a factor that's taken into account, and instability is taken into account. However, C. Haynes is one measure of instability. So one of the other measures of instability that we look at is an analysis of a skew-T log-P diagram, or an aerological diagram, which gives us a better understanding of where inversions are sitting in the atmosphere, how deep the convection might be, and what the potential is for pyrocumulo nimbus events, and how that might affect the fire ground.
You say you did take that into account?
I did, yes.
And do you know where that is in the evidence?
It's not in the evidence.
It's not in the evidence, okay. Where might we locate those documents?
So you can obtain aerological diagrams from the Bureau of Meteorology's website each morning after a balloon has gone up. And I have, as a standard practice in any operational activity, I generally look at the aerological diagram every morning. I don't know where they're archived.
Okay. As you are giving evidence here today, do you have an actual recollection of taking into account that material in part of the decision-making process of whether or not to light the backburn at Mount Wilson? For fact.
I know I looked at the aerological diagram.
Okay. But you didn't look at the Haynes readings?
I would have looked at the Haynes readings, really kind of asking for certainty about my thinking, which is...
Yep.
But I, as a fireground manager, I take into account all the information available to me. So I would have known, and I would have recognised the Haynes index in these forecasts. I'd be interested to know whether the Haynes index in the other incident weather forecast is reflective of this, the same. It's a complicated picture that you have to put together.
Sure, but in your witness statements, you said that you used weather forecasts done on a gridded system.
I did, yes.
And you've produced those documents, but they don't contain any Haynes readings, do they?
No, they don't.
So you say you did take it into account, but it's not part of your evidence that you did.
No, it's clearly not.
So do you recollect, as a matter of fact, that you did look at the Haynes readings?
No, I don't.
All right, well, moving on, I provided you a document which was submission to the New South Wales Coronial Inquiry into the fire at Gross Valley, Mount Wilson 2019. You have that document?
It's that one?
That's the one. If I could ask you to turn to page 58. See there it says in the yellow highlighted bit, spot fire activity has been reported on the eastern side of Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine Road. Crews cannot access it. Is that on the eastern side? Is that outside the containment area?
Correct.
So at this time, the backburn had escaped the containment.
Correct.
What time do you recall?
This log is recorded as 14:59. My recollection of my first information of being advised of that was approximately 14:42.
Okay, so just turning to the next page, page 59, again the yellow highlighted bit from Timothy Siri, Bell DivCon reports spot fire 1.5 east of Mount Wilson Road. That's also outside the containment area?
Correct.
Okay. Turning to Appendix 7 on the following page, this looks like some emergency warnings issued by the RFS. Does it? Just looking at the first one, this is at December 14 at 4:19 p.m. Emergency warning, Gospers Mountain, Lithgow and Hawkesbury LGA. Fire is moving in a northeasterly direction towards Mount Wilson. If you're in the area of Mount Wilson, it's too late to leave. Was this the first emergency warning given to the Mount Wilson community?
I'm not across,
You're not across.
involved in the issuing of the actual emergency warning, so I couldn't tell you for certain.
No, I mean, I think Councillor Assisting asked you some questions yesterday.
Yep.
And you gave a supposition about what you think might have happened, but you don't know. Mount Wilson, so this emergency warning looks like it was issued to the Lithgow and Hawkesbury local government areas?
Again, there's several ways of issuing warnings and I'm not sure what was used.
And when it says the fires, at this time fire is moving in a northeasterly direction towards Mount Wilson, was that the Gospers Mountain fire or was it the Mount Wilson backburn?
That's the backburn.
Was the backburn?
Yep.
Okay. And you're aware that Mount Wilson's actually in the Blue Mountains local government area?
I am.
And so is Mount Irvine, Mount Tomar and parts of Barambing?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not any emergency warnings were given to residents in the Blue Mountains local government area?
I have no idea. So again, I'm not responsible for the issuing of the actual emergency alerts.
You can only answer what you know about. Okay, turn to Appendix 9. It seems to suggest there, this is from the Fire Near Me, the RFS Fire Near Me app, and it indicates that the fire activity from the escape Mount Wilson backbone wasn't visible on the app. Do you have any knowledge about that?
No. Again, sorry, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but if this is correct, public information, residents at Mount Wilson, Irvine, Tomar, and Barambing, who are all in Blue Mountains, they wouldn't be concerned reading this because it looks like the fire's still a fair way away. So this was not accurate information, was it?
Object.
Okay, I'll press the question. Just turn to Appendix 11. And this was a little bit earlier. Sorry, this is at 6:36 on the 14th. Watch and act, Gospers Mountain, Lithgow and Hawkesbury LGA, fires moving in a southerly direction towards Mount Wilson. If you're in the Mount Wilson area, monitor the changing conditions. Again, that doesn't seem to be communicated to Blue Mountains residents, does it?
From what's in front of me, no.
Okay. Can I ask you to look at Appendix 12, and this is on the 14th of December at 6:41. Look at the highlighted bit. The fire remains within the planned containment lines. Is that a correct statement as at that time, to your knowledge?
Apparently not.
Well, apparently not. I mean, I think you were...
I guess it depends. It might be within new containment lines, I guess.
The backburn had escaped its...
It had, absolutely, and there's no contention on that matter.
Okay, and so this information is not correct?
Correct.
Okay. Again, turning to Appendix 13.
Your Honour, can I just interrupt? I'm assuming these are just on assumptions that this was done at the time it says it was done and that type of thing. That's the way the questions are being
Yeah.
put to
Unless you know.
my friend, but it's not actually being put in that way. It may well be that the assumption can be made good. I don't know. But
Yeah, at this stage, that's all we can do.
Well, the documents speak for themselves. I mean, if he has no first-hand knowledge, then that's his answer.
Well, it is an assumption, and until we find out otherwise, that it's not correct. Are you saying, Mr. Newton, that the actual statement doesn't have a date, but the Facebook above
the time at the top may well be right. I just don't know one way or another.
Yes. We don't know where that's
The document itself would appear to be something that's come from some electronic source of RFS documents. But I'm not saying I'm not asserting before Your Honour that the assumptions that Mr. Searle's putting are incorrect. I don't know, but it's just the way the questions were being put. I just wanted to make it clear that where Mr. Carter is accepting a proposition that the information's incorrect, it can only be based on an assumption that what is being shown to him is in in itself a correct statement, namely that this was at 18:41
Yeah,
PM.
if it was put out at 18:41.
That's right, Your Honour.
Yes.
Perhaps I can, you say you had no knowledge about the warnings. Who would know about that? And are they coming to give evidence in this proceeding?
So the warnings go through it, so to explain the process in order to help clarify the answer to that question, the warnings go through the incident controller, who would, if it's an emergency warning or an emergency alert, you've got to distinguish between a warning and an alert. If an emergency alert is required, that request goes through a phone call to state operations where the state operations controller and other deputy commissioners are involved in a conversation about whether or not that emergency alert is appropriate and if it should proceed, how it should be worded, or what the recommended action is, either shelter in place or leave now. And I'm not aware of any of those personnel coming to give evidence, except potentially, I'm not familiar.
So in this backburn situation that we're dealing with, do you know the name of the person or the office holder who would have approved, would have decided when to send out warnings and to whom to send out
So my point of contact in respect to that would have been the incident controller.
And who was the incident controller?
Karen Hodges.
Okay. And again, just from your evidence, when did you first become aware that the the backburn had breached the containment lines?
Roughly 1440 or 1442 is in the log, but again, those times are depending on when the entry was made as opposed to the message.
And again, when would Ms. Hodges, I think you say, was the incident controller, when would you have communicated that to her?
Immediately.
Yep.
So within minutes.
So by about 3 o'clock on that day, the RFS would have known.
Correct.
Do you know whether the RFS then warned the affected communities?
Again, I was busy with operational matters and that's not my role.
Did you recommend that?
I did, yes. I recommended that the warning be lifted to watch and act, and then subsequently lifted to, or I expressed the view that we should consider raising it to an emergency warning level.
About when did you suggest that?
I'll have to refer to...
Please refer to whatever you need to.
Refer to my statement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't appear to have my first statement, which is my police statement, unless it's in one of these folders.
What date is that?
I'm not sure.
Is it the 28th of October?
No, it'll be June 2020.
June 2?
Potentially.
We'll get that for you, Mr. Carter.
And again, I have three statements, so I'm actually not 100% sure which bit of information appears in which.
Mr. Carter, this isn't a guessing competition, so let's just try and get it right.
Sorry, what file did you miss that?
Volume 3.
It starts at page 579.
So according to this statement, at 15:49, I recommended that the warning level be raised to emergency warning and that an emergency alert be issued.
Sorry, which paragraph is that? That's at...
Paragraph 32.
Okay. And you don't know what actions, or if any, she took?
No.
Okay. Were you the only person, to your knowledge, to make that suggestion?
I have no idea.
Just ask you to turn to Appendix 23 of the folder I've given you, which is page 78. So radio transcript at 12:49 p.m. on the 15th. What was your role at this time?
Divisional commander.
Right. So you're not Bell Divisional Command, you're not any of these people?
I'm Bell Divisional Commander.
Okay.
Just there, can I just ask
No, I was about to ask him whether this was the conversation he was part of.
whether he was the Bell Divisional Commander as at the 15th of December?
Okay, well,
Oh, sorry, actually, yes, sorry, I was not the Divisional Commander on the 15th of December.
who was the Bell Divisional Commander?
I'm not sure.
So this is not a conversation that you were party to?
No, it's not.
Were you aware, you weren't aware of this?
No.
Okay. No further. Your Honour, those are the questions I've got for you.
Thank you, Mr Searle. Mr Newton.
Yes, Your Honour. Mr Carter, just, do you have you were asking questions about the log by Council for National Parks and Wildlife, and you were taken to the typed log, which begins at page 4010 or 4010, which is part of your third statement. Can you go to that?
Thank you.
Now, that is described as James Carter log transcript. Is that a transcript that you created yourself?
So this is a transcript created by two scribes located in the...
Just
Sorry?
stop. Putting to one side who did the original handwritten transcript,
Yep.
the handwritten log. This is a transcript of a handwritten log. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Did you do this transcript?
No, I did not.
So that's one that was done for you and provided to you when you did the statement. Is that right? But as you understand it, it purports to be a transcript of the handwritten log.
Correct.
And so when Council for Ms. Single, Council for National Parks, asked you about, just bear with me. I withdraw that. You were asked a question about an exclamation mark which appears at 4011 and at a time of 11:009 behind get more depth, and that was something which you didn't know one way or another how that came to be. Then if you go to your handwritten log, I would draw that. Could you then open the brief up at page 3843?
3843.
Yes.
Have it. Thank you.
So this is it right that this is a page of the log that a scribe was doing for you on that day?
Yes, it is.
And in terms of the question the questions and answers you gave, the 1109 reference, you can see that it's the third reference down, is that right?
Yes, I believe it is.
And so but again, that's not your handwriting. And so where it says dash get more depth and then there's a mark, can you say, is it right you can't say one way or another whether or not that is an exclamation mark?
Yes, it could be an exclamation mark or the P and a full stop. That's quite hard to interpret.
Now, I just want to then come back to some more general questions about your role in the December 2019. So you're at the time you were a group captain in the Blue Mountains Rural Fire District.
Correct.
And you lived in the Falconbridge area?
At that time I lived at Springwood, yes.
And part of your initial role, well, I'll draw that. When you first became involved in the response to the fire, there was a meeting, wasn't there, with people from national parks, the captain of the Mount Wilson Brigade, and also members of the Blue Mountains Fire Control Centre team of the RFS, where very early discussions were taking place about the need that there might be some, that you might have to fall back to a southern containment line. Is that right?
Correct.
And as a result of those discussions, Ms. Rains was tasked with preparing containment lines that might be able to be used for a backburn in the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine area. Is that correct? And so she was actually a National Parks employee, and from your understanding at least, Parks had let her, had authorised that she undertake that work on the containment lines.
Correct.
And that was as early November, is that right?
I would struggle with the date of that, but I believe it would probably have been in the first week or two of November, yes. There is a date somewhere in my statements again. I believe it was about the 11th of November, potentially.
And one of the aspects, the thoughts behind that was, you gave some evidence about the state mine fire and the fact that it had made a big run and threatened the area of Mount Wilson. Is that correct? And you gave some extra, you actually said that the state mine fire, in oral evidence, I don't remember, you may not recall this, but you actually said that it ran 30 kilometres in 9 days in oral evidence.
No, 9 hours.
So that was in October 2013. It ran from near Lithgow at the Marangaroo Army Base where it started, and in 9 hours it travelled in a roughly west to east direction for 30 kilometres, impacting on Mount Wilson and those areas.
Yes.
And on the same day you were involved in firefighting activities in and around Springwood, is that correct? And that was in response to a fire called the Linksview Road fire, which had started on that day as a result of, well, it had started in Linksview Road and then spread into Springwood.
Correct.
And you gave some evidence about the strategies which were available to you in response to the Gospers Mountain fire, and one was the backburning strategy that was adopted, and the alternative was a defensive strategy. Is that right?
Correct.
And by a defensive strategy, is that a strategy of putting appliances into areas where they can respond and undertake property protection where they're needed? Yes. It's a strategy where appliances essentially adopt bump and run tactics, where they try and put fires out. They have to triage things. Sometimes houses get lost. Ideally, nothing gets lost, but it's one which, if the fire conditions are severe, notwithstanding adopting a defensive strategy, there can be quite a lot of property loss. Is that correct?
Correct. And
in fact, when you responded on the day the state mine fire travelled at 30 kilometres, what you experienced in Springwood, was that an example of a defensive strategy?
Absolutely, yes.
And just in terms of, is it right that something in the order of 200 houses were lost?
Correct.
Was that something that you had in mind when you were considering whether a defensive strategy of property protection and leaving a fire to run uncontrolled into communities, whether that was a good idea compared to using the strategy of backburning?
Yes.
You were asked some questions by Mr. Searle about the gridded weather forecast and the incident weather forecast for the Gospers Mountain fire. Do you recall those?
Yes,
the incident weather forecasts were forecasts prepared by the Bureau of Meteorology. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was something, they were attached to the IAP.
Correct.
And that was weather forecasts which you had available to you. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you take them into account in your decision-making in relation to the backburn and whether or not to undertake the backburn on the 14th?
Yes.
In terms of the gridded weather forecast, that is also data that comes from the Bureau of Meteorology.
Yes.
And so, as I understand your evidence, your preference for the gridded weather forecast is that it's a forecast in relation to the specific location that you're seeking to do the backburn.
Correct.
And you're also, I would draw that, but the incident weather forecast was nevertheless part of the information available to you which you had regard to.
Correct.
In terms of the C. Haynes index in the incident weather forecasts, you've given some evidence about how that is a measure of atmospheric instability, and in the lower atmosphere, as I understand your evidence. Is that right? But what was the other information that, as part of the RFS, you're able to access in order to look at atmospheric instability?
We can access weather balloon readings that are taken each morning and sometimes in the afternoon at various places around the state. So that gives us a vertical profile of the atmosphere up to the top of the tropopause, basically. So it actually gives us a very deep vertical profile of instability, which as F-bands we can use to determine instability and the likelihood of pyroconvective activity.
And is it right that C. Haynes is a fairly rough estimate of atmospheric instability, and that the information you've just described is a sharper or more detailed, gives you more detailed information about atmospheric instability?
Yes.
And that's something, at the time that you were involved in the response to the Gospers Mountain fire, you were a trained fire behaviour analyst. And part of the training that you'd undertaken was training in interpreting the information available from the weather balloons in relation to atmospheric instability.
Correct.
You were asked some questions about your interactions with Mr. Banfi, both by council assisting and by Ms. Single for National Parks and Wildlife. Do you recall that sort of general? Is it right that as a divisional commander, part of your role is taking in information from various parts of the fireground?
Correct. Yes, it is.
And the sources of information you had available to you, well, I would draw that. Just correct, I'm going to summarise as I understand it the sources, but if there are other sources or I'm wrong, just tell us at the end of when I finish my question. So a source of information is your own observations, is that right? Correct. Another source of information was Mr. Burley, who was your operations divisional commander, is that right? And as you understood it, Mr. Burley was moving around the fireground from the Dalpura sector to the October sector.
Correct.
And making observations at all times, is that right?
Absolutely, yep.
And from time to time conveying back to you the observations he was making.
Correct.
In addition to that, did you have contact with the sector commanders? So Mr. Honeysett in the Dalpura sector and Ms. Rain in the October sector?
Yes, I did.
And were they providing to you information about the observations they were making?
Yes, they did.
And similarly, Mr. Banfi was in the air above the fires and was providing information back to you. Is that right?
Correct.
And so and those sources of information are important for you to develop your situational awareness about what's unfolding.
Correct.
And in your statements, you've set out as best you can recall your unfolding situational awareness. Is that?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Correct? And from your perspective, as I understand your evidence, through the various sources of information, you became aware that the Dalpura sector was moving faster than the October sector.
Correct.
As a result of that, there was an adjustment made to how the backburn was being put in to allow the October sector to catch up, if I can put it that way. The fact that Dalpura was moving more quickly than October was a reflection of the more difficult terrain, or I withdraw that. The Mount Wilson Road is a trickier road with more turns than the Bells line of road. Is that right? So it's in order to put in a backburn along Mount Wilson, it's just inherently a slower process down that Mount Wilson Road.
Particularly that first section, yes.
And indeed, that's why it was important to have Ms. Rain, who had the local knowledge, working with local crews that were putting in that backburn.
Absolutely, yes.
And so from your perspective, you understood that there was that issue, and that was an issue which was addressed.
Correct.
And up till at least midday, the backburn was going in largely as had been planned, and the sorts of concerns being conveyed back to you were not making you unduly alarmed. That's
correct.
So to the extent that Mr. Banfi said anything to you prior to midday, just taking that as a period, nothing he said to you in the period up before midday caused you to have any undue alarm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you can recall, nothing that he said to you fundamentally changed the situational awareness that you'd already gained from the other sources of information you had available to you.
Correct.
It's right, isn't it, that Mr. Banfi actually left the fire ground for a period between midday and 1 p.m. to refuel? Is that your understanding?
Without referring to times exactly, yes, that would have been the case.
Well, there's a record in the log that Air Attack Supervisor goes back to Katoomba and to refuel, and then returns at about 1. And if you assume that's, well, if one assumes the log is relatively accurate, does that accord with your recollection generally? So during the period that was occurring, is it right that there was another aircraft that was overseeing the fire and providing situational information to you to inform your situational awareness?
Yep.
And your recollection is in that period, at least, there was nothing particularly alarming being relayed to you?
No, that's correct.
And there were also, at that period, I'll draw that. But at some point after 1 p.m, weather conditions began to deteriorate in the way you've described in your statement. Is that right?
Correct.
And the information that was being relayed to you from Mr. Banfi or anyone else in the air was largely consistent with the situational awareness you were getting from your other sources of information.
That's correct.
And as I understand your evidence, you recall Mr. Banfi landing, but you're not sure exactly when that was.
Correct.
But also, your recollection is that nothing that was said when Mr. Banfi was on the ground fundamentally changed the situational awareness that you had at that time, which had developed over the period.
That's correct.
And indeed, when you looked at maps at that time, what was being conveyed to you from the aerial observations was substantially consistent with your understanding and as you understood it, Mr. Burley's understanding of what was happening on the fire ground. In terms of the, I'll draw that. in terms of the plan, the backburn plan that was implemented, the Southern Containment Strategy, from your perspective, were there examples on that Southern Containment Strategy where the backburn was a success?
Yes, there was.
Just without going into any details, where would you say that the backburn succeeded in terms of the aims that?
The most immediate one for me would be around the Mountain Lagoon area, so bringing the backburn from the Colo River over into Bilpin from along Mountain Lagoon Road, which was essentially very critical because without that, fire had the potential, and in my view, would have run into towns like Blaxlands Ridge, Tennyson, East Kurrajong, and it worked very successfully there, and around Bilpin, the first part of Bilpin as well.
Yes, Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Mr. Custer?
No, Your Honour. Could I have marked for identification, please, the submission by Mr. Spencer that was provided to Your Honour, and some questions were asked of Mr. Carter?
Yes, certainly. That'll be MFIB.
No, please, Your Honour. I have no examination in reply.
Thank you. Next witness.
Is Mr. Pullen, and Mr. Wilcox will take Mr. Pullen's evidence.
All right. I will have to stop at 1. We can go for 15 minutes.
Yes, Your Honour. I call Kenneth Pullen.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Please, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please, Mr. Pullen. Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
Please state your full name.
Kenneth Arthur Pullen.
And what is your occupation and professional address?
I'm semi-retired and conduct a online and mail order business with my wife.
You provided a statement to the inquiry. This inquiry dated the 10th of August 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have that statement with you?
I do.
Is there anything in that statement that you wish to amend or correct?
If I could, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Paragraph 9. There were a number of days, in fact, in November where I was involved in the IMT, whereas originally I had said that I'd spent time on the fire ground. I had done that as well, but there were a couple of extra days there in the planning cell as for the rest of the time that I was in the Fire Control Centre and the IMT. And then on paragraph 27, there's a word missing. Mount Wilson's fuels dry out. There should be a word dry between fuels and out.
So is that the second line?
Second line, closer to Mount Wilson, fuels and out was advisable. It should have fuels dry out was inadvisable. And then paragraph 28, the very last line of that should say following day on the 14th of December, not follow day.
Thank you. Are those all the matters you wish to
Thank
correct? Thank you. And could you please explain to the court what your role was in a firefighting capacity during the 2019 to 2020 fire season?
there were some 55 days during that fire season where I was involved in various roles of firefighting. Some 10 of those days were on the fire ground in various command roles as a division or sector commander. There were some 45 days or more in which I was involved with the incident management team in some planning capacity. So, what do those roles entail? An awful lot.
Yes. And can you briefly explain your history of working or volunteering with the Rural Fire Service?
Certainly. I joined the Rural Fire Service formally in 1984. 2 weeks' time brings up my 39th year. So in that 39 years, there's only been 2 years, my first year, and I believe 2006-7, where I have not been ranked. So I've held the position of deputy captain, senior deputy captain, captain, deputy group captain, and group captain during those 37 years.
Was that always in the Hawkesbury Rural Fire District?
Always in the Hawkesbury Rural Fire District. I was captain at Yarramundi for 12 years. That was my first brigade. I continue as a life member of the Yarramundi Brigade. And in 2006, I moved from Yarramundi to Kermond, where I then joined the Coronial Rural Fire Brigade.
Can you tell the court something of your experience in planning operations for fires in the Hawkesbury area?
Certainly. So during my time as captain, I was asked to go a number of times to the Fire Control Centre and join the team there in helping to run fires that were running with an IMT. Frequently, when fires were kicking off, it would be to go in there and help establish the IMT from the planning cell perspective. And so since about 2000, I would have performed at least, well over 100 shifts in the planning cell of various Section 44 fires.
Have you been a local resident at all, or for a long time in Hawkesbury?
We moved into the Hawkesbury in 1984 from the Penrith area. So basically, yes, the last almost 39 years, or more than 39 years now, I've been a member of the Hawkesbury.
And can you tell the court something of the training courses you've undertaken with the Rural Fire Service, particularly relevant to planning operations?
Okay, so in terms of planning operations, the Rural Fire Service offers a whole heap of training courses. And so I've undertaken a number of those courses that are required of people being involved in IMTs. Basically, that combined with my experience, I believe, provides me with the capacity to act in those positions.
You've undertaken incident management planning, is that correct?
I have undertaken incident management planning.
And you've included a full list of your qualifications as an annexure to your statement, is that correct?
Yes, it's there. I'm sure you don't want me to read it.
Oh, that's all right. When did you first become aware of the Gospers Mountain fire?
The date started, so on the 26th of October, I was actually involved at the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre, assisting with a couple of fires that were running that day, Boree and East Kurrajong. And while I was there, I noticed that there was a report came up about a fire at a place called Running Stream near Gospers Mountain. And took special note of that because historically, whenever we had fires in that area, there was a very, very, very good chance that that fire was going to impact the Hawkesbury unless it was controlled very quickly. And
can you explain to the court the boundaries of the Hawkesbury Rural Fire District, as I anticipate they're different from local government area boundaries?
No, they follow the local government area boundaries. So the Hawkesbury district is bounded on that western side by the creek that just escapes my memory at the moment. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Moving ahead then to the 31st of October 2019, did you attend a meeting at the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre?
I did. A number of us had talked about the fact that the Gosford Mountain fire continued to grow, and as a result, a meeting was called, and we met to discuss basically what was happening and what we thought might happen as a result of that fire continuing to grow.
And when you're talking about other people in your answer there, is that other people working at the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre?
Well, the initial meeting was, I believe, held between Craig Burley, Karen Hodges and myself. Yeah, at least those three of us.
And what can you tell the court about your concerns for the areas in Hawkesbury and surrounds as at that time, 31 October 2019, resulting from the Gosford Mountain fire?
Well, look, the history of the fire season had been such that any fire that got a hold was continuing to run for a long time. Historically, any fires that started northwest of the Hawkesbury would ultimately end up within the Hawkesbury and therefore would become a problem for us. And so our expectation as we saw this fire growing, it might have been, when it was first spotted, it was 4 hectares, but within days it was well over 500 and continued to grow. And the expectation was that as we'd observed across the state, every attempt to stop fires with close containment options, stop fires where people were put in with raft teams, they could be held for a short period of time, but then the weather was such, the dryness was such, the drought was such, that ultimately fires just continued to break containment lines unless they had a really solid line around them. And so we were starting to think that all the natural containments that we had hoped would work, and I'm sure other agencies had hoped would work on this fire, weren't going to work. And we fully therefore expected that this would impact the Hawkesbury. At that point, we thought it would affect the areas from Collar Heights and up and down the Putty Road. And the hope was that the Collar River to the south may act as a containment line and hold the fire north of that.
And what was the major outcome of the meeting at the Fire Control Centre on the 31 October 2019?
So we basically produced a 2-page document that talked about what we believed could happen with this fire, how it could impact the Hawkesbury, how as it approached Wallamai Creek on that western boundary, as it approached the Cola River, that we would encourage those looking after the fire at that stage to try and hold the fire on those natural containments. But ultimately that if it crossed the Cola River, crossed Wallamai Creek as we expected, then we started to plan for how we would try and contain it to the west of Putty Road.
And was that 2-page document you described in your answer Annexure C to your affidavit?
That's correct.
And that is a document dated 31 October 2019, titled Fire Appraisal and Fallback Options, Running Stream Fire, Wallamai National Park.
Correct.
What was your role within the Hawkesbury IMT as at 31 October 2019?
We didn't have an IMT at the Hawkesbury at that point in time. We were a group of basically folk who were concerned and with Mr. Burley's experience, my experience and the fire control officer had called us together to have this discussion with regards to this fire.
Perhaps if that's a convenient time, Your Honour, we'll return after lunch.
Yeah, we'll adjourn now and resume at 2:00. Mr Wilcox.
Mr Pullen, before the break, I asked you a question about your role within the planning team I asked you about your role at the Hawkesbury IMT as at 31 October 2019. It's the case, isn't it, that there was no IMT until the Section 44 declaration was made on the 11th of November 2019, is that right?
That's correct.
Nonetheless, you had some organisational role before the IMT around 31 October 19 for the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre, is that correct?
As a group officer, I exercise a role in assisting with the operations, with planning, with anything that needs to be done. And so, yes, in that role, I was asked to contribute.
And you were in a planning cell, is that right?
Before the IMT, well, we just formed a group to essentially look at what was happening and to work our way through what we thought would happen. So, yes, it was in the form of a planning cell, but had no official imprimatur until the IMT was formed.
Turning to when the IMT was formed, or more generally, can you tell the court what the role of a planning team within an IMT is?
Certainly. So a planning team is there to assist the incident controller in developing strategic plans for the control of whatever fires in front of us. So depending on the size, that will range in scope from a single person planner through to a large incident like Gospers, where we actually had distributed planning cells, distributed control centres effectively working on this fire, northwest, south, and essentially at the end in the east. And so all of those different groups had a similar function, but it all funnels back up to the incident controller. So in the planning cell, we try and take into account absolutely everything that's presented to us. And I mean, that's just a huge task. Small fire, small group of people, maybe one person in the role, and you can take a look and work things through. Large fire, the more people you have, it's not necessarily the better, but certainly having sufficient people there is great to be able to consider all the variables that are presented to you.
And it's the role of a planning team within an IMT to undertake broad contingency planning and identifying trigger points, what actions need to be carried out operationally should fires reach a certain point, is that right?
That's correct.
And at the meeting at 31 October 2019, were any contingent geographic containment options identified at that time?
Yes, so in the first instance, we were looking and hoping that the fire would be contained outside of the Hawkesbury, keeping it in the other LGAs. So in other words, to the north of the Cola River and to the west of Wallamai Creek. It turned out to be a forlorn hope. The next thing we expected it to do was to break the Wallamai Creek and come into the Hawkesbury. Historically, we had tried on numerous occasions to stop fires that came across the Wallamai Creek, picking fire trails that ran towards the creek and the Cola River at various places to contain the fire west of the Putty and within the control lines. As we looked at the control lines that had existed and given the history of this particular fire season, we concluded that in all likelihood we may be able to hold the fire west of Putty. We may also be able to hold it south of the creek at the very northern edge, in fact just outside of the Hawkesbury, and also at something called Sarone's Track in the south. All the other east-west running fire trails that we had used in previous hazard reductions or used in previous attempts to stop fires in a bad fire season had proved ineffective. But again, was something that we would need to give a try, because every time you try and actually succeed, you've had a win, and that just helps slow the fire until you're ultimately able to control it.
And as at 31 October 2019, did the planning team, however constituted, but of which you were a member, have any particular concerns about the southern edge of Gospers Mountain fire and the implications of that further spread?
Yes, as we looked at this, and it was all supposition at that stage because it was still about a 500, 600 hectare fire, still a long way off. but historically fires that had come out of that area had impacted the Hawkesbury in a significant way. A northwest weather pattern would push that straight into the middle of our local government area. Slightly further northerly aspect would push it onto the southern line and across and start to impact those areas north of Mount Lagoon through to Bilpin and obviously through to Mount Wilson and further west, which is ultimately what happened.
Indeed, did you have concerns for southerly progression of the Gospers Mountain fire even beyond the Bells line of road?
Always a concern. I suppose we're blessed in the Hawkesbury to have a sparse population, and even along the Bells line of road, it's not heavily populated, so there is a smaller set of communities. But if the fire were to get over the Bells line of road and into the Gross Valley, the potential to then affect the Great Western Highway townships is huge. And so in all of our planning, we're concerned greatly about the fire getting into the Gross, because a fire in the Gross tends to spread all directions, as has been exhibited in previous fires in the Gross. And so that river valley is of major concern in any fire planning.
And I understand from your correction at the start of your evidence that you indicated you had some fireground roles during November and December 2019, but from time to time returned during those months to the then IMT as it was formed?
Correct. So as the IMT was formed on or about the 11th of November, from the 11th to the 14th, I was at the Fire Control Centre assisting the planning cell, mainly to do with operations up on the Putty Road, because that was our area of focus at that point in time, as the fire had progressed across and was impacting Putty Road and areas further to the east.
And Putty Road was intended as a eastern containment of the Gospers?
It had been, yes.
And that was overcome in
It was lost, yep.
Did you become aware of some lightning strikes on the 26th of November 2019 east of Putty Road?
Correct. So the fire had crossed the Putty in terms of weather escape backburn or the main fire, but also then we had lightning strikes to the east, and that just progressed the fire even further.
And how is that relevant to the southern containment of the Gospers Mountain fire?
Well, ultimately anything to the east of Putty Road, in and around Collar Heights, has the potential to affect those townships to the south of Collar Heights. And so we're concerned about the fire moving either in a southerly direction from there or an easterly direction. Fires can move from that area into the Hills district, can move easterly towards the northern parts of Sydney, and of course further up the Putty. When they move east, they're going to affect the Central Coast.
And moving now to early December 2019, by that time, what had been the experience of the IMT at Hawkesbury regarding their attempts to contain the Gospers Mountain fire by that stage?
Look, all our attempts were a struggle. The fires as they approached were intense. We had such dry fuels, and so ultimately we were still trying at every instance to stop the fire. Sometimes we were extremely successful. What was the date you mentioned, sorry?
Talking now early December 2019.
So by then, the fire had continued to progress southerly and now was starting to really cause concern with regards to the whole way from Upper Colo right the way westward through to Bell. The fire also, remember at this stage, was moving westerly and also northerly, so there were many aspects to this Gospers Mountain fire. But that 40-kilometre front that now existed north of Upper Colo through to north of Bell was a major concern. And so we're watching the fire as it's coming down and planning for what would happen as it got closer to residential areas.
And by that time in early December 2019, what had the IMT's experience been with the success of different types of containment lines?
Look, in many cases, we were very successful. And this is one of the things that we have to take into account, that that fire ultimately had a huge perimeter and a vast number of kilometres were successfully contained. But occasionally there were backburns that got away. So, we don't give up and stop, we keep on trying.
And you said in your statement that only solid containment lines being wide roads, preferably bitumen, had any prospect of holding the Gosford's Mountain fire. Is that the case?
That is the case.
Looking then at still in the period of early December 2019 and having regard to your knowledge of weather patterns which were generally prevalent around that time of year, what weather did you expect in the coming weeks in December 2019, and how is that relevant to the planning cell's containment strategy for the Gosford's Mountain fire?
One of the things that we notice every year in and around Sydney is that generally speaking, up to about Christmas, the weather is dry. And then around about Christmas, we start to get a humid change to our weather patterns. That's something we always hold out for in a normal fire season. And yet the predictions we were getting out of the Bureau of Meteorology were that that's not going to occur, that there was no decent rain in the foreseeable future. And so we were looking at a long period of extended drought going the whole way through summer. And that, of course, just raises concerns for any planning team.
And what impact did that anticipated weather and lack of expected change in favourable weather have in terms of the options of suppressing the Gosford's Mountain fire as it moves south?
Well, look, in the early days, close containment had been tried and had not worked. We had continued to try with hard containment lines and were successful sometimes, or many times, and not successful sometimes. But that was the most appropriate plan to enact because we were very simply looking at an extended fire season and until it rained, no real opportunity to finally stop this fire unless we were able to contain it at hard containment lines.
And did hard containment lines include implementation of backburns to make wider?
You use a backburn from a hard containment line to obviously increase the depth of an area with no fuel. Roads are a good place to start, fire trails less so, but as you light off those and you take the fuel away from an approaching fire, you've created a buffer that will ultimately stop a fire as long as it's implemented where the fire moves away and meets up with the oncoming fire. Then you've burnt out all the fuel in between.
And that answer you've given there, that's essentially what the purpose of a backburn is?
That's the purpose of a backburn.
And what outcome did the planning cell anticipate for populations in the Hawkesbury district and Bells Line of Road communities at that stage if a backburn or hard containment had not been implemented on the southern edge of the Gosford's fire?
Very simply, it's something that you just can't contemplate. If you sat back and waited for the fire to come to us, given the weather patterns we were having where essentially every 6 to 8 days we were cycling through days of extreme or severe fire weather, then having a few benign days and then cycling back up again. The potential existed for that 40 to 50 kilometre front to move closer to our built-up areas from Upper Cola all the way through to Bell, and then on a bad fire day to impact not just one or two communities, but the whole length of that community.
So sitting back, as you say, that's otherwise a defensive strategy or a property protection strategy, is that?
Yes, and I would recommend against that in every instance, just literally unless it's a last minute thing that you had to do. If you have the time to plan, then you plan to put in some form of offensive strategy.
So turning then to early December 2019 when you were working at the Hawkesbury IMT, what was the plan then as you understood it for the protection of encroachment of the southern edge of the Gosford's fire?
So when I returned or came into the IMT on the 4th, I believe it was, of December, a plan had been drawn up by a group of people that essentially divided everywhere from close to Mount Tomar through to Colo Heights into 20 sectors, or 22 sectors, I believe, which essentially was introducing a line of fire to the north of all those townships, localities, with the intention of progressing the fire westward and to therefore protect everywhere from Upper Colo, Mount Lagoon, through to Bilpin, and then westward through Barrambing through to Mount Tomar.
Had any preparation works taken place to advance that plan?
Yes, many fire trails had been cleaned up, bulldozers had been at work, and the plan was starting to come together. The plan had always been that since the fire had reached the Putty Road, that we would be starting at that point and working to take the fire westward with any hazard reduction, with any backburn, any containment, and hazard reductions for that matter. You will always try and find an anchor point to work from and then continue to run the fire around the edge that way. You wouldn't want to introduce too many starting points at different places along the line, because the potential could exist for that to go wrong.
What was the plan then at that time specifically for the protection of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine?
Well, when I looked at that particular plan, the intention was to bring the fire all the way along the Bells Liner Road to the south of Mount Wilson, and then we would have to backburn on the southern side of Mount Wilson Road all the way up to Mount Wilson, around the far top end, and then back down again. That would have been at least an extra 50 kilometres of backburning. It would have also intentionally introduced fire into the headwaters of the creek there, with its, as was mentioned by Mr. Carter, with its maximum fuel loads. And quite simply, the planning team from the 4th onwards, when they took a look at that, said there is a better way. And that better way had to be to actually cut out that extra 50 kilometres, to run the backburn line down into Bowens Creek, and back up and then around the top end of Mount Irvine and back down through Mount Wilson to the Bells Liner Road.
And at that time in early December, had any preparation work been undertaken for around the north of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine?
Yes, I understand that works have been well and truly undertaken or commenced, and that fire trails were still in preparation around that area, but that, and in fact, some preparation had been done south of Mount Wilson in preparation for the original plan of coming around that way. But in consultation with brigades, it was clearly indicated that if we cut out that 50 kilometres, we'd reduce the time taken to put in a backburn and would make a cleaner line from east to west.
And what is the trigger point in relation to
But, look, trigger points were put in, actually numerous trigger points were put in over this fire, so that when a fire reaches a particular point, it then raises the awareness with the IMT to say, okay, this has been identified as a place we need to start taking extra care or extra note. And so various trigger points were used. The Wollongambie River, the moment the fire crossed that, that's a trigger. The 99th parallel, that's another trigger. But there are other triggers put in place across the whole fire ground, but they're the two obviously we're talking about.
And to be clear, the 99th parallel and Wollongambie River, they're different geographic triggers.
They are. I mean, one's a river and one's just a straight line on the map, but they're fairly close to each other. But historically, if a fire held on the other side of the Wollongambie River, we were all very happy. But the moment it crossed, there was every chance it was going to continue. Just crossing the Wollongambie wasn't going to be used as the main trigger because we had hoped that maybe with water bombing we could then hold it close to the Wollongambie. But the 99th parallel then became a major trigger.
Was the backburn for Mount Wilson in fact implemented around the north of Mount Wilson?
No.
And why was that?
Rain?
Yes, so when was the rain that changed that plan?
So from sometime in the second week of, end of the first week, early second week of December, we start to see an increase in humidity at night. So it wasn't just at Mount Wilson, but at Mount Tootie, Mount Irvine, places like that, there was a light drizzle at night. Even up on the Putty Road, we would find that at 2 in the morning, lighting up became what we would call doughy, difficult to implement. And so there was that slight increase in humidity, which became detrimental to trying to put in a backburn. And so as we looked at what had happened with the rain, as mentioned by Mr. Carter, the 2 to 6 mils of rain that fell around Mount Wilson, that all meant that trying to light at that point early in the day would be problematic.
And there was light rain on the higher elevations of the fire ground around 12 December 2019. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
At some point there was then a change of plan as to where to implement the backburn to protect Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine, is that right?
That's correct.
And was that because of the rain and your previous answer?
That's correct.
And where was the new location for the proposed backburn?
Okay, so what we looked at was if we were going to be able to backburn and still lock in Mount Wilson, then we needed to start at somewhere where we could put fire to the ground, and that was the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bells Line Road, because that provided us a corner to start from, provide us the ability to be lighting away from that corner in both directions in a downhill manner, and ultimately lock in to Mount Wilson, so that by the time we got to Mount Wilson, it would be the afternoon, at least that was the plan, and by then it should have dried out sufficiently to take fire, and then take the fire around the north end of Mount Wilson.
Taking you then to the 11th of December 2019, how was the anticipated weather conditions in the coming days relevant to the timing of the planned backburn, when it should be implemented and finished?
Right. We were originally working on the 15th as trying to backburn around or on Mount Wilson Road. That was our original weather prediction that seemed to provide a window on or around about the 15th. As has been noted in previous evidence, the prediction moved so that the 14th became more favourable, and in a meeting on the 13th, late in the afternoon, a decision was made to go with the backburn on the 14th.
I'll come to that in a moment, but as at, say, the 11th of December, was it the case that the weather post 16 December made backburning not desirable?
Look, yes, it was one of those cycles that I talked about earlier where literally we're going to go through a period of hopefully benign weather, or in fact, we had experienced benign weather for a few days in these cycles, and then we would get 2 or 3 days of severe or extreme fire weather. And we were getting more and more concerned, and I was getting more and more concerned about the capacity for the main fire that was moving down on that 40-kilometre front to come to the south and then get pushed hard into Mount Wilson and to the exposed sides of Bilpin and Barrambie.
So there was a change of plan on the 13th of December 2019 to bring the backburn forward a day to the following morning. Is that right?
Yeah, and look, all plans are put in place in good faith that, if the weather prediction changed for the worse, well, then we push the plan back. If the weather prediction improves, then we try and bring the plan forward. It will depend on a whole heap of other factors, including resourcing. But yes, that's what happened.
And was the changed weather and new information about the weather that was anticipated over the next few days the principal reason the backburn was brought forward by 1 day?
That's correct.
And how did the weather change to such that that decision was made?
Well, it's just the weather we were expecting on this Sunday was being brought forward to the Saturday. So instead of the 15th, the predictions were for the 14th, and so it was decided to bring the backburn forward.
And is it the case there was a limited time or a limited window of opportunity before the weather turned bad, and it would be advisable to implement backburn?
That's correct.
So you attended the meeting on 13th of December 2019 with the IMT where the decision to change the date of the backburn was made, is that right?
Correct.
And
The decision to go ahead on the 14th was made at that time, yes.
thank you. And what was the form of that meeting?
There was a face-to-face meeting around a fairly large table in the planning cell at Hawkesbury Fire Control, and a number of people on telephone hookup had joined in as well.
Was it in the afternoon?
It was definitely in the afternoon, about sometime after 4 p.m.
Do you know if any minutes were kept of that meeting or similar?
It's a common practice for minutes to be kept, and I'm not privy to those minutes at this point in time.
Do you remember who was present at the meeting?
There was a number of people. The fire control officer, obviously, myself. Around the table, there were representatives from foreign agencies, in fact, who had joined our IMT. On the phone, we had...
Foreign agencies, would that be Parks and Wildlife? Or
no, foreign, I mean Canadian or American.
Oh, thank you.
So we actually had people from overseas assisting us. But yes, we did also have national parks people, so we're not saying they're foreign, okay? No, so there were parks personnel there, yeah, the full, all the agencies basically were represented at that meeting, and there were representatives from Mount Wilson, as far as I can recall, Mount Wilson, Bell, Mount Tomah brigades were definitely online on telephone, plus personnel from the Blue Mountains Fire Control Centre.
Right. And in terms of Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine Brigade, Elizabeth Rains and Peter Rains were on the phone?
That's my recollection, yes.
In broad compass, do you recall what was discussed during that meeting?
Well, look, we covered off on a whole range of things, from the fact that the weather, there appeared to be a weather window to enable us to put in a backburn. That clearly from attempts to burn around Mount Tuti that day in the morning, lighting at the higher elevations would not be wise. We also talked about lighting from the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bellsliner Road, the resourcing that would be required. There was a question mark put to the meeting that could we not go that evening? And I think there would be general consensus that if we had been able to get the resources that evening, would have been a good opportunity to try putting that backburn in. I do remember...
Do you remember who made that suggestion of implementing the backburn that evening?
Mr. Craig Burley, actually. And he said, give me the crews, I'll go tonight, or words to that effect. However, I was able to indicate to the meeting that we had been trying all afternoon to get crews for that evening, in the possibility that if this was going to be agreed on, that we might have crews to do the job. We had not been able to source any strike teams for that night.
And a strategic backburn of this nature requires a minimum level of resourcing appropriate to protect communities. The members of the Mount Wilson Brigade, the Rains, did they suggest starting the backburn from Defore's Rocks Road, closer to Mount Wilson?
I cannot remember that suggestion being made at this point in time. I'm sorry.
But do you remember anyone making a suggestion that the backburn be implemented closer to Mount Wilson, the town, and progress downhill rather than starting at the anchor point that was decided, namely Bellsliner Road and Mount Wilson Road?
I believe it was discussed, but the consensus of the meeting was it would be better to start the initial burn from the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bellsliner Road, and that then, because going to those higher elevations could still be problematic with the dampness of the fuel.
And when you talk of consensus, was that everyone in the end unanimously agreed with the plan as you perceived it, or was it rather the majority of participants?
Everybody on the call and in the room was given the opportunity of commenting, and there was no final negative comment. It was all yes, 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 yes.
So it was an exchange of different suggestions, and at the end of the day, a decision was made in accordance with the backbone that was implemented, and at the final moment, all stakeholders agreed to it.
Well, the agreement came in the form that the fire control officer asked everybody individually in the room and, to my recollection, on the phone, and was not given a negative answer from anybody.
Who was the fire control officer?
Superintendent Karen Hodges.
Did the Rains from Mount Wilson, Elizabeth Rains and Peter Rains, or one of them, suggest that the briefing the following morning take place at the Mount Wilson station rather than the Bilpin Hall, so as to give the out of area crews some familiarity with the local landscape?
I don't recall that being made in the meeting.
And do you recall whether Ms. Rains or Mr. Rains, or Ms. Rains expressed concern of there being too many resources such that the Bells Line of Road section would outpace or outflank the Mount Wilson Road section?
Again, I don't recall that.
Did you have any involvement with the implementation of the backbone on the 14th of December itself?
I did not. I returned to my normal work for 2 days.
Excuse me. In terms of your role in the planning of this strategic backburn, with what you now know has occurred and what transpired, is there anything you'd do different or recommend be done differently as a result?
Hindsight. Look, given, and I've agonised over this for the last whatever number of years, given what we had in front of us, given the experiences we had experienced over the 7 to 8 weeks that this fire had been going, given the likelihood that if we did nothing, there would be many thousands of people impacted across the whole of the Blue Mountains and potentially Western Sydney, given all of these factors, given the weather prediction that we had, given the difficulties we'd had for resourcing all the way through and the fact that we could get resourcing for the morning of the 14th, I can't see myself ever reaching a different decision than the recommendation to go on the 14th.
And of course, things didn't go to plan on the 14th, you'd agree with that. What was, while you weren't there, are you able to say what the principal reason is that the plan as executed did not follow that?
Given that I wasn't there, but the change in weather to the predicted weather was clearly a factor.
So the change in weather on the 14th of December, and was that change as had been forecasted or known to you on the 13th of December?
There was a change predicted late, but we were informed that we would have a significant window of opportunity with a southeasterly influence. And a southeasterly influence on the Mount Wilson Road should have enabled us to get the backburn along Mount Wilson Road sufficiently in and deep that any change in the weather would not be a problem.
No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Single.
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. Searle.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Pullen, on behalf of those instructing me, let me thank you for your service, both volunteer and otherwise. And in relation to your witness statement of 10 August, you put as your occupation Group Captain, Hawkesbury Rural Fire District, Rural Fire Service. Was that the role you occupied at the time of the events we're discussing?
I certainly occupied the role of Group Captain. It became my focus for an awful lot of that fire season, although my occupation at the same time would be running a small mail order and business.
Sure, but in terms of the events that you
In terms of the Rural Fire Service, yes, I am a group captain.
you're a group captain, and what does that entail? I think you said many things, but to try and simplify it in terms of,
Well, essentially, I have a role as the most senior of the volunteer positions in the Rural Fire Service. There are 3 group captains within the Hawkesbury. There are 6 deputy group captains within the Hawkesbury. We're divided amongst the 21 brigades, 7 brigades each. And so I have a responsibility to interact with the brigades in my sector and to act as a conduit between them and the fire control officer, to take operational command as seen as needed, to act as a mentor for up-and-coming group officer and also crew leaders. I assist in delivering training. I assist in brigades working through their constitutional requirements. The list goes on.
the list goes on. And pardon my lack of knowledge about the way in which the brigade works, but you're the most senior officer in the Hawkesbury district?
No, there are 3 group officers in the Hawkesbury, and there are 6 deputy group captains, so deputy group officers, and we all share those roles operationally. Yes, on a piece of paper, there are 3 group captains, but essentially when we turn up to an operation, we treat each other as equals.
Okay. So I think Council Assisting took you to some of the evidence about the meeting on the 13th, and you gave some evidence about who was there. At paragraph 28 of your statement, you say there were volunteers from Bell, Mount Wilson, Bilpin and Mount Tomar brigades. Are you absolutely certain that representatives of all those brigades were present?
The only one,
Best recollection.
to my best recollection, and certainly when I wrote this, I believe that was the case.
Okay.
To my recollection last August. Today, in further reflection coming to this this inquiry, I'm not 100% certain of the Bilpin, but I am of all the others.
Okay. That's good. So were you the overnight planning officer between 13 and 14 December 2019? Was that?
I was on a swing shift that night.
Okay.
So as Mr. Carter explained, not only are there swing shifts on the actual fireground, but that afternoon I'd come in at about midday to do a run in through to the night to assist with the planning team and the changeover of the planning team. So no, I was not the planning officer that night.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the discussion about implementing the backburn at Mount Wilson Road and Bell's Line of Road, what discussion was there around about the events of 1994, about the previous?
1994 had very little bearing on this because it was a totally different circumstance. When the fire started from that location in 1994, the winds were around about, to my recollection, and by the way, at that point I was living in Yarramundi, captain the Yarramundi Brigade, nervously looking to my northwest because the winds were coming from the northwest where I was on the border of the National Park. And that day, the temperature was about 40 degrees from my recollection, and the winds were about 40 to 40 something kilometres per hour at ground level. They were fast. And somebody lit a fire just off Bell's Line Road, slightly to the west of that intersection. And it's my understanding that a member of a brigade up from the mountains attempted to put in a very short tactical backburn. We learnt the difference between tactical and strategic earlier in evidence, and that tactical backburn was lost very, very quickly. So totally different circumstance to this particular fire.
Okay, and in relation to the incident weather forecast, were you at court when Mr. Carter was discussing the issue about the weather?
Yep.
What view did you take about the weather? Did you have any independent views about the weather forecast, or were you just sort of part of the group?
Look, I'm not a fire weather analyst, but I take a great interest in fire weather for obvious reasons. And over the years, I've formed an opinion that the Hawkesbury is extremely difficult to make predictions on. And I'll preface that by saying that even in this fire, there were times where we would have liked fire weather incident reports from the Bureau for about 4 or 5 or 6 locations. And they finally actually restricted us to 2 locations a day, or sometimes 3. And so, we were unable to get their incident weather forecasts for specific areas. We just had to take what they gave. And what I had noticed over the 45 days I was involved in this fire was that we had at least 3 very distinct weather pattern areas. And so a weather incident weather forecast providers for us for Upper Colo or Colo Heights would not really be any use to us for something at Mount Wilson, and wouldn't be any use to us for something out near Lithgow. We really needed more, and that's why we started to depend greatly on the gridded weather forecast.
Okay. You said the Bureau of Meteorology restricted your access to information?
Can you imagine how many requests they had over the state? And as a result, they just simply couldn't keep up with providing incident weather forecasts across the whole state.
To your knowledge, were any contingency plans prepared in case the Mount Wilson backburn escaped? And what were they?
The contingency plans were that if the fire did spot into the area to the east of Mount Wilson Road, then the Bells Line Road was the next cut-off, as well as those previously mentioned sectors that have been put in all the way through in behind Barrambing and so on that I mentioned were available to us on the 4th of December. So in effect, from Bowen Creek around the northern portions of the townships along Bells Line Road, back to the Bells Line Road, and then along the Bells Line Road to Mount Wilson would have been the next cut-off. There were no, and there are no suitable cut-off points through the middle of that maximum fuel area that had been talked about earlier.
Okay, but in terms of planning the backburn, did you specifically make any allowance for, if we can't contain, this is what we're going to do?
Every backburn, essentially, forms part of a divisional commander's role on the fire ground. It becomes part of every planning team's consideration. And I left the planning team that evening. It was putting together the final plan for the next day. So I wasn't actually as part of the team that put together the IAP for the 14th.
Okay, so if there is a contingency plan, it'll be in the IAP for the...
It should be in the IAP. And IAPs, there's a standard format to start with. And then there would frequently and usually be some mention of a contingency plan. However, remember that this fire had been going so long that contingency plans drawn up on maps weeks before may still exist for an incident taking place today.
Okay. Now, Council Assisting was discussing with you backburn in relation to handling the Gospers Mountain fire, and I'm thinking, my recollection and my notes say that your evidence was that some of the backburns got away and others worked. So at the time you were considering the possibility of the Mount Wilson backburn, there'd been 6. Were you aware that there were 6 other occasions where backburning had been attempted to deal with the Gosper?
So this is over 1,000 kilometres.
Yes, it's a very big. So I think it's
yes.
450,000 hectares.
Yes.
I think. So how many backburns do you say were implemented and were successful? Do you know?
No.
No. The ones that you were involved in, how many in this period of time were you personally involved in?
In terms of the ones that I was involved with, this would be the first one that actually got away, to my recollection.
Okay, so in this period, you didn't deal with any others that got away?
Not until after that occurred, yes. So, I mean, yes, I dealt with them in the planning team after the event.
That's right. There's been a lot of talk, I think, in your evidence and I think otherwise today about the window of opportunity for conducting the backburn. What, to your recollection, was that window?
That originally was the evening of the 13th, which we couldn't get resources for, and the day of the 14th through to about 6 p.m. was the hope, was the indication. And by that stage, we should have then seen a cooling of the weather, and we would hopefully have been able to continue into the night.
Okay. And I think in the standard operating procedure 17 that at the time applied to backburning activities, one of the guides was that backburning was not to be conducted when there wasn't enough time to conduct the backburn. By what measure did you judge that there was enough time to conduct this backburn? What was the appropriate time frame for a backburn? Is there one?
Yes. Again, it's anecdotal. It's material I've collected over the years, which indicates that the rate that a truck can put in a backburn. And as a result of that anecdotal evidence over the years, some 35, if I remember correctly, different events where I've collected information about how fast trucks can put in backburns and so on. The average, with the averages that we had, we worked out that we could fit it in within the window.
Okay. At the time in which the backburn for Mount Wilson was being conducted, what was the estimate? Was there an estimated time for the wildfire to reach the area in which the backburn was to be conducted?
That wildfire had the potential to reach the built-up areas of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine, anything from 2 days through to 3 weeks, and you just couldn't pick it. The fire had continued to grow every day and then would occasionally take runs. And so our experience at Collar Heights had been a close to 11-kilometre run in 1 day. Now, if the fire had taken that run from the southern perimeter of the burn at any stage, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, then the main fire would have been hitting Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Mount Tootie and Bilpin. So we needed to get a backburn in the opinion of the whole of the IMT planning team, which, as I said before, consisted of people from all the agencies.
Based on your experience and your observation, what were the factors that caused this backburn to get away?
Again, I wasn't there on the day, but everything I've read indicates the weather was different to what we expected earlier than what we expected. And as a result, it pushed the fire back over the road.
I think Mr. Carter also gave evidence that the fuel load was quite thick. There'd been a sort of a 25-year build-up. That was a significant factor. Would you agree?
Object.
Object?
I'm not sure. That's not a characteristic of why the backburn got away. It's why the backburn had, why an escape to the other side of Mount Wilson Road had a consequence that there was a 25-year bullpup, but it wasn't in the area where the backburn was.
I'm not sure what
Okay.
Mr.
No, I won't press
question or
I won't press that.
withdrawn.
In relation to your role with the Hawkesbury District RFS, who controls your Facebook site? Do you know?
I have a portion of the, well, it depends on which Facebook site, there's so many, but the actual official Hawkesbury RFS site, I am one of the administrators of that.
Your Honour, this morning it was marked MFI, which was the submission bundle. Do you have with you?
I do not.
Do not.
MFI B.
I might produce MFI 1 to MFI B, I think it was.
Sorry.
I think it was MFI B, Your Honour.
MFI B, yep.
Yep, and if I can ask Mr. Pullen to turn to page 65. It's Appendix 12, and it appears to have a Facebook post from NSW RFS-Hawkesbury District, December 14, 2019.
Yep.
And it's said to have been at 14 December at 6:41 p.m. You see that?
I see that.
Now, just before we go into what the document says, Do you recall who was administering the Facebook at that time?
The IMT had a PLO, a Public Liaison Officer, and whenever we introduced a PLO into the IMT, that PLO was added to a person who could post into the Hawkesbury District Facebook page. So the PLO would have only posted, or should have only posted, again, this is happening on the 14th and I wasn't there, but the normal process would be that the PLO would be asked by the planning team or the incident controller to put a post out there with some information.
Okay. Do you know who the PLO was at the time of this post?
I don't know, but it would be in the evidence because I believe you have the list of who was holding what positions at what times.
Okay, but importantly, you weren't.
I was not the PLO responsible for that, no.
And on the assumption that this post did actually go up at the time it says on the document, the yellow highlighted bit that says the fire remains within the planned containment lines, that's not a correct statement as at this time, is it?
Again, I have no knowledge of this posting, whether, it's, yes.
Thank you.
Can't answer that.
Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr Newton.
Mr Pullen, you were asked some questions about contingency plans if the fire spotted east of the Mount Wilson Road. Do you recall that? In terms of contingency plans, is it correct that the first contingency plan is to have aviation resources and or ground crews seek to extinguish the spot over if that can occur?
Correct.
And then if that then doesn't occur, then crews respond to undertaking property protection and that type of thing if the escape is threatening property. That's a sort of contingency that might do it.
That is.
And within the Hawkesbury IMT, were you aware that there was some evidence about a surge capacity coming from Orchard Hills?
Again, that was operational, and by that stage I'd left. So we, in the IMT on the 13th, when we were asking for resources, we were asking specifically for the night of the 13th or for the 14th. And so we were checking and seeing what we could get. It would be operational that on the morning of the 14th, somebody at head office would have informed the IMT at Hawkesbury that there was a surge capacity at such and such a location.
Just so we understand what a surge capacity can do, is it right that putting aside the 14th, you weren't there, but on a day where you're in an IMT and there's fire in the environment and it's possible, isn't it, that you could have impacts on property throughout the Hawkesbury Rural Fire District? Is that right?
That's correct.
And so in terms of extra capacity, which might be surge, that capacity could be required at any place in the Hawkesbury Rural Fire District, is that right?
And in fact, surge capacity at Orchard Hills could have been directed to Blue Mountains, could have been directed to Cumberland. So it would have been a Greater Sydney area surge capacity, not just something dedicated to the Hawkesbury.
So effectively, it's a capacity that needs to be, that is in an area which allows it to be directed to a different area where there is demonstrated need. And in terms of once the fire had spotted across the Mount Wilson Road, in terms of any additional offensive strategy, if I can put it that way, backburning, the original plan had been to backburn off the Bells line of road, is that right?
That's correct.
Between the Mount Wilson intersection with the Bells line of road and back towards Bilpin?
Well, it would have been the other way. The plan would have been to take it from Bilpin towards the Bells, towards the Mount Wilson turnoff.
So and you mentioned in terms of contingencies, I think in your evidence that where there'd been that over that course there may be planning for contingencies some weeks ahead, which may or may not be required depending on what occurs. Is that right? But in terms of the preparation that had been done for that initial version of the southern containment line, if there'd been a window of opportunity after the 14th with weather, and then that is a containment line that could have been explored. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, if there was a containment line coming around the properties through Barrambing back down to the Bellsliner Road, I'm not sure what had gone further to the west, but the Bellsliner Road was certainly there as a hard line to be used if needed.
But as it turns out, is it your understanding that given the weather that followed from the 14th and the way the fire moved through the environment, any option of containing it there basically, it didn't become a viable option because of the way things unfolded? Again,
I wasn't there, but when I came back to the situation and observed what had happened, yes, it became a situation that very rapidly that changed into a situation of property protection.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No, Your Honour.
All right. Thanks very much, Mr. Pullen.
Thank you.
The next witness is Craig Burley. I call Mr. Burley.
Please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Burley. Have a seat.
Mr. Burley, would you please state your full name, your present occupation and your present work address, please?
Craig Scott Burley, AFSM. My employment, I'm self-employed. I run a bushfire consulting business, and trading address is number 1 Diet Street at Windsor.
Thank you. Do you have in front of you volume 1? And if not, could I ask that Mr. Burley be provided with volume 1, volume 11 and volume 12, please? Could you first go to volume 11, please? Sorry, volume 1, Mr. Burley, to tab 15.
I've only got a tab 10 in volume 1, sir.
Volume 3. Volume 3. My apologies, volume 3. I've misled the witness, and Your Honour. Tab 15.
Yes, I've got tab 15 here now.
And do you see a statement that you've signed on the 4th of June 2020?
Yes, that's my original.
And Mr. Burley, have you read that statement recently?
Yes, I read it last night again.
Does it require any correction?
No.
Thank you. If you could leave that open and to one side, could I invite you then, please, to turn up volume 11, and if you could identify tab 76, please.
You have that open now?
Thank you. And do you see a further statement that you've provided dated the 17th of August 2022?
Yes, sir.
And have you read that statement recently?
Yes, sir, last night.
And does that statement require any correction?
No, sir.
Thank you. Again, if you could leave that statement open and to one side. And then finally, if you could turn up, please, volume 12. And locate tab 83.
Yes, I have 83.
And do you see there a more recent statement you've provided dated the 15th of March 2023?
Yes, sir.
And does that statement require any correction?
No, sir.
I just want to deal first, if I may, Mr. Burley, with your experience. Is it fair to say you have significant experience in relation to being a volunteer for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
Yes, I first joined the service in 1981 with the Oakville Brigade, and then to work commitments, I had to cease my activities till I think it was approximately 1986, and I've been a continual member of the Rural Fire Service since 1986.
And have you ever been a paid employee, or has it always been on a voluntary basis?
There was a short time on my operational deployments to the USA where I was an employee for 2 periods of 6 weeks each, once in 2006, again in 2008, and then also, I correct myself, in Indonesia. I was deployed to Indonesia as a large air tanker air attack supervisor, so I was on the payroll for approximately a week of that deployment as well.
Prior to December of 2019, was the most senior rank that you held within the New South Wales Rural Fire Service one of Group Officer?
Yes, sir.
And were you the Group Officer North in the Hawkesbury district?
Yes.
And at that time, how long had you been a Group Officer for?
I moved into the Group Officer role in 1993. And
did you hold that role continuously between 1993 and 2019?
Yes, initially I was a Deputy Group Captain, and I'm not sure when I converted to a Group Captain, a slight promotion.
And in general terms, could you just explain, please, the responsibilities that rest upon a Group Officer?
Group Officer is a supportive role for the management of the Hawkesbury district, in support of the district management team, but also supporting the brigade management in terms of operational duties, training, administration, seeing to the AGM duties each year. A multifaceted role that we try and assist the brigade so that their operational capabilities are maintained.
And again, prior to December of 2009, have you ever performed particular roles within an incident management team?
In 97, I was a Deputy Planning Officer for a large complex of fires that essentially we picked up 53 lightning strikes one evening, and a band of fire that stretched from essentially Lithgow to the catchment of the Mangrove Dam, and I assisted for 3 weeks in the role of Deputy Planning Officer before they finally let me back out into the field and went into a divisional commander role for that complex of fires.
Apart from that experience in 1997, had you been embedded in an IMT since 97 and prior to 2019 or not?
I wouldn't say embedded in an IMT, but I have participated and consulted on a regular basis for IMTs in my role as a divisional commander. One of the prime objectives of a good DivCom is to be feeding information into that incident management team from the fireground. And whilst that is done on an operational basis on a radio or telephone calls, but to get back in each evening where possible and do a face-to-face handover so that you're really getting the information flow back to that group of people.
You mentioned that you performed the role of divisional commander. Are you able to say how many times you've been appointed a divisional commander throughout your lengthy service within the RFS?
I couldn't, but I'd have to estimate it would be hundreds of times. because the divisional commander, just for clarification, doesn't need to be an enormous fire to do that. It can be a smaller type fire and still hold the role of divisional commander.
Thank you. Now, you've mentioned in your second statement that you are the chair for the Hawkesbury District Bushfire Management Committee. Are you still the chair of that committee?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you held that role for?
Quite some time, and I couldn't put a time frame on it. I've been a member of the Bushfire Management Committee since '93, but the chairman position, I would have to seek consent. I don't know.
And as part of that Bushfire Management Committee, does the committee consist of a number of different stakeholders?
It certainly does. It's made up of national parks, predominantly in our area, because that is the largest landowner or landholder, land manager.
Local council?
Local council and state. We don't have any state forests now. We used to have some state forest country in there. And then affiliate agencies, Endeavour Energy, ambulance, police, local council are all members, and in some cases state rail turns up as well.
And from time to time, whilst you've been on that committee, has the committee had to consider hazard reduction or prescribed burning within that particular district?
Most certainly, and without saying it's the major topic, but it is generally the dominance of the committee's mandate is to assist in the formulation of the hazard reduction program each year.
Now, again, doing the best you can, acknowledging that you've had a lengthy service within the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, are you able to say how many backburns, both strategic and tactical, you've been involved with over your lengthy service?
I couldn't put a number on it. It would be a significant number of backburns.
Yeah, well in excess of 100?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah.
And are you able to say, and I apprehend you may not be able to, how many strategic backburns you've been involved with throughout that lengthy service?
Again, I would be guessing, and that would be not fair, but I've been involved in every major campaign fire in the Hawkesbury Blue Mountains since 1990. Was my first major fire in a position of role. I've worked fires in every state of Australia, apart from the Northern Territory, in the divisional commander role or as an air attack supervisor. So, yeah, significant amount, yes.
Before we move on, I just wanted to get some short evidence from you in relation to your professional occupation. Can you just explain that briefly, please?
Sure. Briefly, I hold a postgraduate diploma in planning and bushfire protection, and essentially that discipline deals with development control for subdivisions, new dwellings, tourist accommodation, hospitals, and is driven by a change to the Rural Fires Act and the EP&A Act back in 2002. And essentially I prepare reports for architects, builders, property owners, developers in support of their developer applications to council.
And as part of that role, are you undertaking a risk assessment in relation to a proposed development on the edge of scrubland or bushland?
Yes, essentially the state is mapped in the bushfire-prone land map, so any development with that map needs to have a risk assessment done. And I noted in my original evidence it was approximately 1,000 scenarios I would do within a year. Business has picked up since the original, and we're probably in the order of 1,500 to 1,600 different scenarios where we'll look at an asset or a potential development. We look at the risk profile, the slope, vegetation type, and the impact that could have on that development, and come up with a suite of recommendations as to how that development should be built, what we call bushfire protection measures, which encompasses looking at the construction method, the asset protection zones, the access and egress, the emergency management, landscaping, and service supplies to those developments.
And as part of that risk assessment process or looking at the risk profile, are you looking at fuel loads?
Yes.
Are you looking at soil moisture or vegetation moisture?
No, there's unless we're looking at an alternate engineered solution where something is really out of the box, but generally speaking, there is an assumption of an FDI of 100 for the general areas where I work in. So we have to use a set of weather parameters, and it's very rare that we would change that set of parameters. So fuel moisture, not.
And are you qualified within New South Wales Rural Fire Service to undertake the role of fire behaviour analyst or not?
No.
Are you presently qualified as an air attack supervisor?
I think I'm still qualified, albeit I walked back from that role in November of last year. I'm moving into the air operations manager's function now, but I've done a lot of air attack work. I would still be qualified, but I officially said to the air desk, I won't fly for the moment.
As at December of 2019, were you still ticketed to undertake the role of AAS? Air attack
Most certainly,
supervisor?
yes.
And at that point in time, had you had any relevant experience prior to December of 2019, where you'd been recently in the air?
Yes, I started operational air attack duties in the northern part of New South Wales in mid-September, mostly doing large air tanker program lead plane work.
Yes.
And
That is in a bird dog leading in the LAT?
Correct, sir, yes. And so we were working numerous fires from the northern border of New South Wales down to the Port Macquarie area predominantly, and doing 3-day shifts and come back to work for a week and go back again. Yeah, so did a lot of flying in the early part of that summer.
Now, Mr. Bill, I just want to take you back in time, if I could, to late October 2019, to when you first learnt that the Gospers Mountain fire has ignited and it's moving in a generally southerly or southeasterly direction. What role did you play in relation to responding to that fire and its potential impacts in and around the Hawkesbury district?
Initially, I had no official involvement at all, but as Mr. Pullen mentioned in his evidence, we initiated a meeting between myself, Superintendent Hodges and Mr. Pullen to look at the potential for I think it was called the Running Stream fire at that point before it changed name, for moving into the Hawkesbury. The Limit Hill fire in the early 2000s had moved from that terrain down into the Hawkesbury area. It went to 100,000 hectares.
Pausing there, had you had practical experience in relation to that fire?
When it moved into the Hawkesbury LGA, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I'll cut you off. So you've met with Ms. Hodges and Mr. Pullen, and you're looking at past fire history, I take it?
Looked at past fire history, what we would do if the fire breached the Colo River, and Wallamai Creek was essentially, then in our terrain and within our sphere of control. The initial plan was that if it was small spots, we would go direct on the fire with aircraft and try and suppress it. But we also anticipated that would probably be not successful. But we were certainly wanting to initiate that if at all possible. But the reality was that I don't think any of us thought that would be successful. If we had any more than 2 or 3 spots, we would be, the way fires were cracking off, it was going to be difficult to anticipate suppression.
Just pausing there, why was that? Was it because the fuel load was so dry?
Yes, sir.
And that the forecast weather was so bad?
Correct. The fuel loads, the fuel itself was very dry in terms of fuel moisture content consistently up and down the eastern seaboard. I'd been watching fires do things which really didn't think I'd ever see them do. So we didn't anticipate that anything moving across and spotting across the Colo was going to react any differently. We were living in hope, for sure. But at the same time, we were drawing up contingency plans, looking at lines for containment to the east of the Colo River.
And in terms of contingency planning, what did your working group land on?
We landed on, if it was south of Grassy Hill Trail, Grassy Hill, Putty Road, Sarones Track to the Colo River, Colo River then back into the Wollongambie River, and we're hoping that was going to be the box.
Did that plan change?
Yes, significantly, yeah.
And what caused the first change of the plan?
The fire just moving clearly across the landscape to the east of the Colo River and crossing the Putty Road in a very substantive way.
By the 11th of November, the Section 44 is declared. An IMT is established at Hawkesbury, at Wilberforce, sorry, at Windsor, sorry. Yes. Were you part of the IMT in those early stages or not?
I worked one day as the operations officer in the control room, but apart from that, my function totally then was of a divisional commander in the field.
Did you have any role to play in any planning or the development of a plan that became known as the Southern Containment Strategy?
No. Leading up to that time, my engagement was working the fire in the Cola Heights area and then down into the Lower Macdonald area, Central Macdonald and the St Albans area, and I was fully focused in those areas of the fireground.
As a divisional commander?
Yes.
And in that period of time, it's say about 4 weeks or thereabouts, were you putting in strategic backburns?
Yes.
And again, doing the best you can, how many crews were you responsible for as you were divisional commander putting in backburns, strategic backburns in that 4-week period between, say, 11 November and 11 December?
Sure. On a really busy day, somewhere in the order of 20 to 25 trucks, but they would be divided into groups of 5 into strike teams. We try and maintain a span of control of 1 to 5. So on the busiest of days, I think I may have slightly exceeded that in terms of the number of trucks when we had the CFA from Victoria up, but still the span of control was basically about 1 to 5 still. And
in that 4-week period, did you have access to aerial support?
Yes.
And did you have access to swing shifts?
Yes, yes.
Can I come now to the 11th of December? Were you involved in any planning on the 11th of December in relation to Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine?
No, I was on a stand-down day.
When did you first become aware that there may be a prospect, at least, of contemplation of a backburn in and around the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine area?
Which day I couldn't say, but I was not ignorant to the fact of the progression of the fire, and having experience working through the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury section of the Blue Mountains, I was pretty cognizant of the fact of where we were headed. In saying that, I was focused in that Central Macdonald, Lower Macdonald, St Albans area, and one can't bite off too much. You've got to manage what you've got to manage. But I was cognizant that plans were being developed for that area, yes.
Prior to 14 December, had you worked in any capacity as a firefighter around the Mount Wilson Road into the Mount Wilson Township, Mount Irvine, or not?
No, my first involvement was a meeting at the incident management or the ICP at Wilberforce there on the 13th.
But we might be cross purposes. As a firefighter, had you ever worked a fire ground around Mount Wilson or Mount Irvine prior to December of 2019?
Oh, most certainly, yes, yes. Yeah, many times.
in and around Mount Wilson?
Not specifically Mount Wilson, no, but Mount Tootie, down into the Bowens Creek area, with the eastern progression of the state mine fire is one of them, but numerous other smaller fires up through there as well.
And what about the Bells line of road? Had you, again, worked as a firefighter on different sections of that road?
Yeah, most certainly, yeah. 94 was probably my first big fire on the Bells line of road, yeah.
And then, 2013, the state mine fire?
Yeah, 2013 state mine. I used to be able to remember all the fires and they tend to blend a little bit now, but yes.
Now, were you involved in a meeting of sorts on the 13th of December, so the day before the backburn was put in?
Yes, I was due to come back on shift the next day. I knew that was my next operational period. And my wife and I had been away down the city for a couple of days, but I thought it pertinent that I best pop my head in and see what was happening.
Just pausing there, were you summoned, or was it an impromptu visit to the Fire Control Centre?
I would say it was an impromptu visit as such, but Miss Hodges and I talk on a regular basis, and I can't be categoric that I knew the meeting was going to take place, but over that days when I was away, she knew that I'd be in on that afternoon. That's just what I do.
Now, when you've arrived at the Fire Control Centre, was the meeting in progress, or had it yet to be convened?
It hadn't started, but it started shortly after I arrived.
And what was the main topic of conversation at that meeting?
Was the implementation of backburning for the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson Road, Bells line of road area.
And from your observations, had it been well advanced in relation to the planning, or was it in its initial or embryonic stages?
No, very well advanced, yes, very well advanced.
And was there a discussion as to where an anchor point might be?
Yes, there was, and it was discussed as to whether the anchor point, the preferred anchor point was up on Mount Wilson itself.
Sorry, I just might call off. Can I just wonder if you could drop the blinds, please? Thank you. Oh, they're down, are they? Right, it's coming right into my left eye. So I'll just...
The preferred anchor point was up on Mount Wilson, but however, the rain that had occurred, I think on the 12th, the night of the 12th, meant that the discussion happened to look at other options, and the other best option was to start the anchor point and the backburning at the intersection of Bells Line Road and Mount Wilson Road.
If you assume that there was 2 to 2.5 millimetres of rain around Mount Wilson, why would that be unsuitable or less suitable for a backburn around the Mount Wilson township?
It raises the fuel moisture content to a point where we probably weren't going to get the consumption of the ground fuels and the elevated fuels that was desired to put in a solid buffer between the assets of Mount Wilson Village and the approaching fire front.
Do you recall a member of the Mount Wilson Brigade advocating for the anchor point to be closer to the township or the village of Mount Wilson?
I believe the Mount Wilson captain was keen for that to occur, but also was cognizant of the fact that the the fuel moisture content, was not going to be conducive to that occurring. And so the discussion ensured, well, if we can start at the intersection of Bells Line Road, Mount Wilson Road, the weather conditions will dry during that initial period of burning to the point where we were confident that lighting could occur later in the afternoon. And so the plan was adjusted, Bells Line Road, Mount Wilson Road, mid-afternoon, up into Mount Wilson Village and bring the fire, and they join in the middle.
Was there, again from your observation, any furious disagreement to the ultimate plan that was executed on the morning of the 14th?
No, everybody was seemed to be, in agreement. Each was asked as to when, if they agreed with the plan. At that meeting, I expressed the desire to initiate. Well, let's go. Give me some trucks. Let's start. But the resources.
You wanted to initiate that evening.
Correct, sir. Yes.
And was that because, from your experience as a divisional commander, that putting the backburn overnight's usually better than during the day?
It's got a big plus for it to the night time. The temperatures obviously drop. The relative humidity comes up. And so therefore, from a fuels perspective, there is an advantage to it. However, there's also a downside to it as well, because we don't have aircraft support when we're burning at night. But given the fuels, the 24-year-old fuels that we were bumping up against on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, the weather conditions were such, predicted for the next day, that on balance and taking all matters into consideration, that I was happy with the plan and supported the plan.
In terms of resources, had they been settled at the meeting, or was that a work in progress that needed to be coordinated between the meeting on the 13th?
I'm unclear on that, to be quite honest with you, sir. I knew that we were going to have 3 strike teams, and the plan was for 1 strike team on Mount Wilson Road, 2 strike teams on the Bells Line Road, and there'd be a swing shift. I couldn't tell you if the names of those crews or the strike teams had been decided at that point.
The backburn was approved, and was it your understanding that crews were to meet about 8 o'clock or thereabouts the following morning at the Bilpin Hall? Yeah,
I think it was, it could be wrong, it might have been 7:30, but 7:30 to 8 o'clock.
Was there a desire on behalf of those from Mount Wilson Brigade to have the morning briefing at their shed?
I think there was some commentary towards that, but the logistics of moving that amount of people along Bells Line Road and then into the Mount Wilson Village and then back out of the Mount Wilson Village again was problematic in itself. And the community hall is a great location. It has the facilities. We've got a substantial amount of people. That was a logical place to hold the meeting. Whilst, yes, there is some advantage and a little bit of orientation of people, but I wouldn't have thought, with the experience of the firefighters we have now, that was a overriding factor to force the briefing to take place at Mount Wilson.
Before we get to the 14th, can you remember now who was present at that meeting on the 13th of December?
Superintendent Hodges, James Carter, Ken Pullen, and I believe Beth Rains was on the telephone hookup. The faces I recall. There was Sean Cox, the Air Ops manager. He was an American. There would have been other people there, but yeah.
Had you met Ms. Rains previously?
No.
Now, coming to the 14th, you were present at the morning briefing at Bilpin?
Yes, sir.
Were you satisfied that you had sufficient ground crews?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
You can have too many, and the number we had was a manageable amount. I was confident in the timelines that we looked at for putting the backburn in, and I was happy with the resources and the infrastructure behind those resources in terms of bulk water and so forth to accommodate and achieve the burn.
Do you remember now what aerial assets you had at your disposal throughout the course of the day?
I know we had an air attack supervisor. I believe there was also going to be an aerial incendiary operator and in discussion with the IC and the Air Ops manager, that there was 3 medium helicopters had been assigned to the fire ground, plus we had the LATs and a bird dog on call as well out of Richmond, plus other aircraft, I believe, are at Woodlands if we required more.
Now, Mr. Carter was to be the divisional commander.
Yes, sir.
Had you worked with Mr. Carter before?
No, I hadn't actually, no.
And what was your role?
I was a field operations officer, so in terms of the chain of command, James was the divisional commander, and my role was the field operations to create a mobile link between the trucks on the ground and Jamie. And whereas Jamie needed to deal with a whole host of topics that arise when you're a divisional commander, not just the actual operation, my sole focus was just the operation, just what the trucks were doing, just what the fire is doing. And it took a little bit of the weight off his shoulders.
In terms of on-the-ground decision-making, did you have any discretion, or did you still need to go up the chain of command to Mr. Carter as DivCom to approve anything you wish to implement in the field?
I had to go to James. That's the correct fashion as such, yes. So I had to liaise with Mr. Carter for decision-making as such.
Now, coming to that corner between Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road, had there been an inspection by you, or to your knowledge anyone within the relevant personnel who were going to work on the backburn prior to the 14th to do a site inspection or not?
Excuse me. I'm not aware of that, but I would have anticipated by default that the Mount Wilson captain would be cognizant of the fuels there. Mount Wilson, for those that may not know, is one road in, one road out. So you've got to drive through the fuels, to get there.
When you arrived at the corner, that is, we'll call it the anchor point, did you have any concerns, A, firstly in relation to fuel loads, and B, in relation to the topography for a strategic backburn?
No, to the western side of Mount Wilson Road and the northern side of Bell's Line of Road, the topographic conditions lent themselves to a good area to burn. There was nothing that was a real red flag as such on that side. There was though the red flag of the heavy fuel loads on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road for sure. And
in terms of weather, was that discussed the night before at the 13 December meeting?
Yes.
And did you either on the 13th or on the 14th look at the weather data that was available to the group?
Yes, on the 13th, looked at it, and generally we had an easterly, southeasterly trend for most of the weather for most of the day. The temperature wasn't over the top. The RHs would sit in that sort of 25, 26%. It was conducive for burning. Yes, it did close the window a little bit, back up around that 1600 hours or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
And what was it about the forecast that may have created a change such that it was perhaps less optimal for a backburn?
There was a shift in the forecast to a southwesterly. However, at that hour of the day, we're also starting to get a drop in the temperature and a rise in the RH, particularly from sort of 1700 hours onwards. So it seemed to be an acceptable risk.
Now, back to the morning of the 14th, if I may, Mr. Burley, how many sectors did you have?
2 sectors were operational, October sector along Mount Wilson Road and Dalfura sector on Bell's Line of Road.
And Ms. Rains was the group or the sector leader for the October sector, correct?
Correct, yes.
And Mr. Honeysett was the sector leader for the Dalpura sector?
Yes.
Had you worked with Mr. Honeysett previously?
No.
And you had 2 strike teams on Dalpura sector, correct? And 3 strike teams on the October sector?
No, just 1 strike team.
Just one?
Yep.
Okay, and what does that mean in real terms in terms of personnel and appliances?
Okay, so there was 5 trucks and a strike team leader on Mount Wilson Road, 2 strike teams, 10 trucks, and 1 strike team leader for each of those, and then the sector leader.
And do you remember what you had by way of bulk water?
Yeah, I think there was a bulk water truck parked there at the intersection of Bell's Line of Road. There's quite a large cutting in through there. Plus there is 2 large water tanks located a short way east of that intersection on Bell's Line of Road.
Were you there for the test burn?
Yes.
And who did the test burn?
One of the Blue Mountains crews. Yeah.
And where was that test burn put in?
Just at the intersection of Bell's Line of Road, Mount Wilson Road at the anchor point. I think it might have been slightly like 20 metres or so into the Mount Wilson Road.
And when you're making observations of that test burn, what attributes are you looking for to make a decision whether you're going to green light it or not?
We're looking for rate of spread and flame height. Essentially, that's what we're looking for, and how quickly that fire develops. And it was, and I'll use the same word as Mr. Pullen used before, it was doughy. It was about a half a metre flame height. It really wasn't responding very well.
Now, have you read Mr. Banfi's statement?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Mr. Banfi?
Yes, sir.
Did you know him prior to December of 2019?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship as at December 2019 with Mr. Banfi?
We had a good working relationship. I have worked with Chris on numerous fires over the years, both on the ground and as a cohort in the aviation world.
He is slightly critical, if I can use that phrase, that there was no air support when the test burn was put in. What do you say to that?
I'm the first one to ask for aircraft, but I didn't see that was necessary at that time at all. The fire behaviour was such that there was minimal chance of a cross at that point in time. And one of the things we need to balance when we're working with aircraft is they're a finite resource. They disappear. And the hours, we're restricted to 10 hours of flight time and 12 hours of duty time from the time a pilot arrives at an airfield or a heli base to the time he gets back to his accommodation. So what we don't want to do is have aircraft flying too early in the operational period, because we usually want them running through the last light at night. And at that time of the year, last light's around that 100 hours, 2015. So we try not to get them out of bed too early.
In terms of the ignition plan, what was the plan?
Ignition plan was to anchor at Bell's Line of Road, Mount Wilson Road intersection, and conduct spot lighting in both those directions along through Dalfura to essentially to the northwest, and in October heading in a northeasterly direction.
And was there any direction from you to the sector leaders around spacing?
Yes, there was initially. We had a bit of a consult with Greg, and he had them lined out pretty well, though. There was no. I saw no issue with how he'd placed the trucks at all, and was happy to proceed. But we consulted for sure. That was what my role was to, be double checking.
And what about with October sector?
Not so much in October, no. I was more based on that Bell's Line of Road in the initial side of things. I was very confident with Beth's ability to proceed with the job. She was the local captain there. No, I saw no issue. I didn't really need to interact there, apart from going there and looking, gee whiz, I wish it had, at that point, burn a little bit better.
Because it was still behaving in that doughy fashion, wasn't it?
Very benign, quite benign, yes, sir.
In terms of comms, you had a direct communication with Mr. Honeysett, correct?
Yes.
And also Ms. Rains?
Yes.
Any other ground crews or just those two?
I had comms straight through to whichever crew I needed to talk to. I knew what the comms plans were, but predominantly my role was to talk to Greg or to Beth. They talked to me. I feed it up the chain to Mr. Carter.
And what type of vehicle were you in on this day?
Hilux dual cab command vehicle.
You didn't have a hose on the back?
No, no.
Now, you've just mentioned a moment ago that you wish it, would burn a little bit faster. How would you describe the first hour or so of the backburn?
Initially very benign, started to increase a little bit, but nothing untoward at all in that first hour, hour and a half. I think we started lighting approximately at 1000 hours, 1100, 1130 it was progressing well, but it was nothing extraordinary at all.
At some point, did you have a concern that perhaps the Dalpura sector was getting a little bit ahead of October?
Yeah. Was concerned that they were progressing a little bit fast towards the west than was desired, and we wanted to really get that October sector tied away. That was really our critical area. So in consult with Greg and Jamie, we slowed them up a little bit. Just calm the farm fellas. Yeah.
Was October sector able to catch up, so to speak?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe so. Yeah, yeah. They caught up a little bit and were able to progress a little bit more along Bell's Line of Road.
At some point, did the weather take a turn for the worst?
Yes, things started to wake up round that. I'll use broad times. Around that 1300 to 1330 hours, the relative humidity started to deplete.
Just pausing there, did you have a kestrel?
Yes, I did have a kestrel. I don't recall taking any weather readings at that point. I could tell what was happening, and I know that doesn't sound very scientific but I've got enough fire behaviour experience, enough weather experience to feel it when things start to change.
Based on your experience, what changes did you start to observe that raised your index of suspicion that things might take a turn for the worse?
Throughout the day, I'd also established a good lookout point at Flagstaff Hill, which is west along Bells Line Road, that gave me a good visual right back into the fireground itself. And I went there at least 3, if not 4 times. So I was starting to notice a change in the colour of the smoke. That's the first thing that I noticed. But you just feel the change in the air.
Had the wind changed direction?
Slightly started to swing more to the south, and we'd had southeast, and then to the southwest as the afternoon progressed on. And that had come in earlier than what we'd anticipated by a couple of hours.
And that change of wind direction, what problems could you foresee that it could create?
Well, it did create a section of fire that had been lit on Mount Wilson Road, that it was progressing in a northwesterly direction. When the southwesterly tend got onto a section of that fire, it turned right. It coalesced with another section of fire further along Mount Wilson Road, and that coalescing, you would normally get an increase in fire behaviour where 2 fire fronts meet, and I believe that's what caused the initial spotting to the east of Mount Wilson Road.
I'll come back to that. Now, from Flagstaff Hill, which is you're using as an observation post.
Yep.
Could you?
One of the observation posts. I had another as well.
Where was the other?
The other was on a power line easement north along Mount Wilson Road, and
looking back towards Bell's Line of Road.
Correct, sir. So I could drive to that point, and I could look right back into. I could watch the backburn coming down, and I watched the section of fire turn, and it took a little bit of an upslope run, met with this other section, and then fell over onto the wrong side of Mount Wilson Road.
I'll come to that in more detail shortly.
Sorry.
When did the swing shift arrive?
Approximately 1300 hours, I think it was, yeah.
But just prior to their arrival, how would you describe the progression of the backburn?
Going not too bad. Things were starting to get a little bit more lively, but nothing untoward at all. And it was at that point where we decided that the plan, as originally intended for the Blue Mountains strike team with Beth Range, would move forward to Mount Wilson Mount Wilson Village, and that the Hill strike team would take their place.
Now, why was that decided?
It was obviously important that the Mount Wilson and Blue Mountains crews be at their village. It was why James Carter was appointed as a divisional commander, as a Blue Mountains group officer. It was the Blue Mountains LGA. And whilst we don't want to be parochial, but it is important that the locals are looking after locals as such. So it was important to move Blue Mountains crews into the Mount Wilson area.
And what was the intention of Ms. Raines going to that northern part, closer to the village of Mount Wilson?
Her intention was then to begin backburning from the Mount Wilson village in a southerly direction.
And was it envisaged then that the moisture that prevented that happening in the early part of the day would be sufficiently dry that could be put in?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you made the decision, no doubt in concert with Mr. Carter, to split the October sector into a October North, October South, did you have any concerns at that point in time around the weather and how the fire could behave?
Not really.
To put in flame closer to a village?
No. At that point, as I say, the fire was waking up a little bit. Nothing untoward. Nothing that would say to me, "Hey, we need to pull up stumps here and just sit." No, that wasn't at all my thoughts at that point at all.
And when the October sector was split into two, do you have any recollection as to whether Mr. Ellison may have been the sector leader for October South for a short period of time or not?
Yeah, I believe he was for a short period of time before the Hill strike team officially took over. So there's a little bit of an overlap there, which is good, you know. Then the Hill strike team people, once they were lined out, they were to take command.
How long after the swing shift arrived, that is the Hills district, did that weather change come into play?
Without looking in my logs, but the first notification of a spot over that I was given was 1449. Excuse me. So it would not have been that long. Hill strike team would not have been there for that long, maybe 20, 30 minutes maybe.
Now, you've mentioned the wind's changed. Yes, there's a drop in relative humidity, yes, and that means there's less moisture in the air. Flame height increasing?
Yes, yeah.
It's progressing faster?
Yeah. Flame height started to increase then to sort of 3 metres in flame height. Occasional flare up more than that, but yeah.
And again, just to get a reference point, after the Hills crews arrived, any observations of any crowning at that point or not?
I'd seen a little bit of crowning, but moreover on the Bells line of road.
On that ridge line?
Sorry, say again?
On the ridge line that runs sort of perpendicular to the Bells line of road?
Yes. It had started to wake up pretty well on one of those ridges, but running parallel, and probably if I had my map, I could give you a distance here. But it's starting to wake up across there for sure. And we got some crowning was occurring then.
Well, I'll take you to your map. I was going to do it anyway, but now's an opportune time. It's page 3550. It's in volume 11 behind tab 76. I can have that displayed as well if that assists. Mr. Burley, see if you can pull up. It's the last document behind Your
behind.
second statement, do you have it?
No, I haven't. Like,
Page, it's the bottom right-hand, or top right-hand corner, there's a pagination in red 3550. I believe it's the last page of your second statement.
yes, I have it now, sir.
Now, firstly, first of all, are these your markings that we see on this topographic map?
Yes, sir.
And when did you do the markings?
Progressively as the backburning was going in.
Right, so you're adding to this throughout the course of the 14th of December?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, the anchor points, the intersection, as we've discussed, between the Bells line of road and Mount Wilson Road. And then you've got a number of, I guess, black lines to depict the backburn, correct?
That's right, yes, sir.
And then there's some timings recorded as well?
Yep, that's correct, sir.
All right, now if you just focus on the Bells line of road, 12:35, you've logged on the map, you see that?
Yep, yep.
And that's just to show where the backburn was as at 12:35?
Yes, and the topographical reference point being the Birrabang Brook, which the headwaters of that are on the southern side of Bells Line Road. That's where the crews would have been progressed at to 12:35. However, there was a substantial gap to the east of that area there where there's the blue shield
Yes.
with the 40 on it, sir.
All right. And moving further east of the 12:35 notation, the last black line, which does that depict where the last spot ignition was?
Was that further east or further west?
Sorry, further west, my apologies.
Yeah, approximately in that area there, yes, sir.
And do you know what time that was?
I don't, to be honest with you, no.
I can take you to your log shortly. Now, just above that, or north of that, there are two red dots. Do you see those?
Yes, I do, and
What's that to depict?
I don't know what they represent, to be honest. I don't think
There's not spots?
I'm not aware of those to be spots there, no.
And then a little past the last black line, there's a series of what appear to be circles cutting across the Bells line of road.
Sir, could I just go back to the last comment?
Yeah.
If it had actually been a spot, I would have drawn it in the insignia that I've got on the eastern side of...
With a cross and a circle.
Cross with a circle, yeah. That could have just been a bump with a pen in the car.
Now, do you see those series of perhaps 4 or 5 circles cutting across the Bells line of road?
Yes.
What does that depict?
Sector boundary.
Okay. And then just beyond that, we see Flagstaff Hill, which is one of the observation posts you utilised.
Yes.
All right, then coming back down to the Mount Wilson road, do we see at the junction of the two roads, again, a series of circles? Is that the start of the Dalpura sector?
Yes, sir.
And also the start of the Mount Wilson sector? Of the October sector, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, running around, we see again, is it 12:35 or 1:25, the last marking for the backburn?
12:35.
Thank you. And there's a series of perhaps 4 red dots below a broken blue line. Is the timeline adjacent to that 14:20?
Yes.
And what's that to depict?
That's depicting the active edge that I could observe from. There's a dashed black line that's been printed onto the map, and that was where I observed that fire edge from. That was my second lookout point on Mount Wilson Road, and that's where I picked where that fire edge was at 14:20.
Yes. And did you have concerns about that fire edge at that time?
Yeah, things were starting to heat up, yes.
Right. And is it fair to say by this stage, had all spot ignition ceased?
No, spot ignition hadn't ceased. We were cognizant of the fact that we didn't want to introduce too much more fire on Bell's line of road. Things were starting to get active, but we needed to consolidate the lighting on Mount Wilson Road in an attempt to block any passage of fire flicking, pressuring the Mount Wilson Road. So ignition did continue along the western side of Mount Wilson Road.
All right. In fairness to you, I'll just put this to you. Mr. Carter, in his logbook, records at 2:08 have ceased all lighting of fire due to fire behaviour.
Yep, and that's I recall James saying that. In terms of ceasing all lighting, there was still areas where we needed to try and infill small areas to block the passage of that fire coming up on Mount Wilson Road.
You're right. I note the time, and I'm about to move on to the spot over, if that's convenient to you.
All right, well,
But sorry, just for clarity on that, but there was to be no more progression north or west.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Burley.
Mr. Burley, we'll adjourn and resume at 10 tomorrow.